been working on some cases. So. The first thing we're going to do are review hearings, so that's for people who have been before the court, have orders to accomplish. This is a check or review to see if those are being complied with. So when your name's called, come up to your right, stand there. I'm going to go over your file with you. All reviews, please.
Matthew Fortner, Olivia Huff, Ashley Huff, Zachary Curry, Rayanne Buchanan, Shandy Cooper.
If your name's called, come forward. Ashley Huff is here. 2758 and 2724. How are you, Ms. Huff? Okay, are you able to do anything on your cases today? Can you make a payment on your fines?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll set your next hearing for March the 10th. March the 10th at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Ms. Bukima,
It's me.
case number 21-345. You've paid your fines, you've got to do your community service.
And the DUI school still, which I plan to do the February 2nd through the 5th.
Okay.
So I was hoping you could set my next hearing for after that date and I should be completed.
Yes. I'll set you for March 3rd also, get everything done by then, you don't have to come back.
Okay,
You just
thank
have
you.
5 days community service in the DIP school.
Okay, thank you.
Shandy Cooper, 21993. You still have community service to do.
Yeah, have they not sent anything down?
Not this month. The last thing I've got was November 28th from Jackson.
I'll get with them and we'll get
You're
one
still doing
down.
it there?
Huh?
You're still doing it at the
Yeah.
municipal court in Jackson?
Yes.
Okay, you finished your treatment. Can you make a payment on your fines today?
I'm not gonna promise today, but I will get a payment in.
Okay, I'm going to set your next hearing for February 20th. Presence. February 21st. That'll be a Tuesday,
Okay.
because the 20th is a holiday. So February 21st at 9 a.m.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lance Davis, Corey Milliken, Robert Scarberry, Joseph Stallo, Tamari Cave, and Bradford Lusher.
Lance Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis, you've got a review hearing and a new charge. CRB 2350, 230039 are the new charges. You've just been handed a copy of them. In 230039, it's alleged on January the 8th at 9:28 p.m. in Windsor Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either alcohol or drugs, that you refused to take tests. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. The minimum penalty is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. You're also charged with driving with a license that was expired less than 6 months, so that's a minor misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is $150 fine. That you were not wearing a safety belt, that's a mandatory $30 fine. And that you failed to control your vehicle, that's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $150 fine. You've also got 2 criminal charges. 2350A is endangering children, and that alleges that Windsor Township, January the 8th, while operating a vehicle while being under the influence of alcohol or drugs, you had one or more children with you in the vehicle underage. So that's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. And then the B case, and I don't know why this is, but there's another charge of the very same thing. Maybe it's more than one child, I'm assuming. So there's 2 counts of endangering children, both first-degree misdemeanors. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you do, what you say is all on the record. It can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand these rights?
I do.
How do you wish to plead to the new charges?
I'm not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes.
Do you have a job?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work for an asphalt company. I'm laid off right now. We got laid off after Christmas.
So you have no income right now?
Not currently, but I do have a job lined up. Supposed to start this week. So
What would that be?
going back to pipeliner.
Are you getting paid by the hour doing that?
Yes.
How much per hour?
I'm not sure which state. It varies state to state as far as the wage goes. So I'm not sure which state I'll be in, but somewhere around 20, somewhere in there.
Do you file an income tax return?
Not yet.
I mean, in the past, have you? I have to determine your gross annual income. That's what this.
I was making $20.67 an hour here recently for the last year. So
When's the last time you filed an income tax return?
last year, last March. So
For 2021?
yes,
What did you show then as your gross income?
I think it was 61, somewhere in there.
Do you have children?
Yes,
How many?
2.
Okay. Well, you're not eligible for a court-appointed lawyer because you're making too much money. Okay, I'm going to look, so I'm going to find you're not eligible for a lawyer, that you'll have to hire a lawyer. I'll give you a month to do that. So we'll set the next hearing for February 21st. For pre-trials on this your new charges, and then you had a review hearing on your old cases did 1 day of community service and paid $135 on your fine since the last time you were here.
I could pay that other fine today. My last fine, I think it's my last fine.
$135 is what you have left. Okay, see the clerk to make that payment. Be back here February 21st. I'm setting your bond at $1,000 signature bond. You understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
Okay. February 21st is your next hearing. 2/21.
What time?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Corey Milliken,
Yes, sir.
220848. You've paid off your fine.
Yes, sir.
You still have community service to do,
Yes, sir. I plan on starting that on Monday.
and you completed your treatment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when can you do your community service?
I can start on Monday.
Okay.
I plan on doing it the whole week just to get it over with.
All right, Mr. Coop, this is Corey Milliken, Millican. Okay, he's going to be looking for you. I'll set your next hearing, March the 6th. If you complete everything by then, confirm it with your probation officer, you don't have to be here.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, man.
You're welcome. Robert Scarberry, 221723. Son of OBI. Looks like everything's done but the community service.
Yeah.
So when can you do that?
I work 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. I was wanting to know if you could make it a fine and I can pay it.
No. So you're gonna have to do this, you either have to take some vacation time or do it at some point. I'll give you some more time to get it done. Do you have any time off? And it can be any day but Sunday or a holiday.
I work Monday through Saturday.
Every week, all year, every year?
It's every 6 days a week. They're wanting me to start working out of town.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to go to your employer and say, look, I gotta have 5 days of community service at some point
All
to
right.
do. So, do it all at once or break it up. I'll give you some more time to get it done. This is your first review hearing. I'll set your next hearing for April the 7th. If you have it done by then, you don't have to come back. April 7th, 9 a.m.
All right, thank you.
You are. Joseph Stalla. Joseph Stalla is called for, not here, hasn't completed, so he gets a warrant. Tamari Cave, it's on OBI. You just have you got $25 left on your fine to pay, 2 days of community service. And you have to do the driver intervention program.
Yes,
You signed up for that? Yeah.
I actually was switching between jobs, so I wasn't able to afford the class, but now that I have my job settled, I'm putting money back together for that again, and I should have that settled within the next month or so.
All right, Mr. Jones is here from the 3-day program, so he'll talk to you about getting that completed. I'll set your next hearing for March the 6th. March the 6th, 9 a.m.
And did you say that I hadn't completed my community service yet?
I'm showing 2 days left.
I turned in 30 hours last time I was here on one paper from the Nazarene Church in Tays Valley. And you guys took the paper for confirmation and gave it to the probation officer.
Yeah, but I think I'm showing you had 42 hours total to do, not 30.
My court papers give me 30 hours. My
No, you
original
can speak
ones.
to us in the probation office.
All right, see Mr. Cooper in probation. Bradford Lusher. Case number 213173, OBI, you've paid your fine. You got community service to do.
Yes, sir.
When are you gonna get that done?
Within at least 2 or 3 weeks, Your Honor.
Okay, what about the driver intervention program? Have you done that?
No, Your Honor. I was tardy for a class. I paid for it, but I was tardy. And I'm going to try to get into the February class.
Okay. I'll set you for March 6th also. Mr. Jones is here from the class, if you want to talk to him. He's out in the lobby talking to somebody else.
Okay.
He's the guy with the boot on his foot.
I'm sorry.
He's got a bad foot. He's got one of those boot things. If you
Oh, okay.
go out in the lobby, he's got
All right.
something on his foot, so you'll know who he is. March 6th, 9 o'clock is your next hearing.
All righty.
Oh, he's in the courtroom. I thought you were out in the lobby. Right there he is, with the red tie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Billy Scott Goody, Gregory Hickson, Larry Jividan, Donald Moore, Brianna Smith, Nikita Wright, and Veronica Wise.
All right, Gregory Hickson is appearing by Blue Jeans for a teleconference. That's case number 21-2081, and it's OBI. And actually, this looks to me like everything's done. So, your community service, fines paid, and you did complete the driver intervention program. Check to make sure that's everything. Yes. Any questions, Mr. Hickson?
No.
Okay, you're completed. Your case is completed. No further review hearings required.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Billy Scott Goody, 2013-48. OBI, community service done, working on fines now, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And what about, he was expected, he's still expected?
May I approach you?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, it's a good report, it says you're doing well, so good job, just need to get these fines paid. And looks like you did pay something recently.
Yeah, I made a payment on it yesterday, and I can make another payment Wednesday.
All right, I'll set your, let's see what court's calendar looks like. February 27th will be your next-
February 27th?
Yes, sir. 2/27/23, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Larry Jividan,
Yes.
21-1979, 21-1979, OBI. Did some community service. I'm showing a small amount left, 4 hours.
Your Honor, if I may, he turned that in this morning.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a payment on your fines today?
Yeah, as soon as my check hits my bank, I can pay it all off. And I'd like to get in the February driving school also.
Okay. Speak with Mr. Jones about that, and I'll set your next hearing for March 3rd. Finish it up, and you don't have to come to that hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Oh, at 9, I'm sorry.
9 a.m., February 3rd. I'm sorry, March 3rd, March 3rd. March 3rd.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Donald Moore.
Donald Moore is 21-826. Okay. You still have some fines and community service to do.
Yes, sir. How much do I owe left on my fines?
$85. Do you have a payment today?
No, it'll be around the first when I get my check.
What about your community service?
That has been an issue. I'm trying to find somewhere to do it first off. Only ride I have is my mom's been in and out of the hospital. They just gave her 3 to 6 months. And I'm trying to find a way to do it and get it done because I don't want in trouble and I really want this to be over with.
I want both those things right there with you.
Hey, we agree
I want
on
it to be over with, I want you to get it done. You live in Huntington, right?
Yes.
Where's Virginia Avenue?
I don't live there anymore. I live closer to La Valette.
Okay,
So buses don't run out there, unfortunately.
well, do you have any place in,
He can come speak to me, Your Honor, I can look.
all right, talk to Mr. Cooper about it, or you can just get here to the court and get it done here at the court. Okay, I'm gonna set, your next hearing for March 3rd. 9 a.m. March 3rd. Be it finished, you don't have to come back.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Brianna Smith called in and said she was sick. I'll give her a week to appear. Nikita Wright has been called for, did not appear. There'll be a warrant issued, and the same with Veronica Wise. And that finishes us up. No reviews.
I just wanted to, I just want to hear it here.
All right, Mr. Stallo passed away. All right, so these cases will be completed. Okay, the next hearings are what's called arraignments, and that's for new cases, or on old cases, if you mess something up, you're gonna get called with the arraignments. So, missed a hearing or something like that, you'll be called with the arraignments. Every defendant has a right to remain silent. You don't have to make statements. What you do say is all on the record, so if you get up and admit you did it, then that's right on the record and the prosecutor can use it against you. So you don't have to say anything. If you do say it, it can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove any charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are your rights. You should not waive those rights unless you fully understand the proceedings, what could happen, and acknowledge that. If you want to talk to a lawyer, if you want a trial, if you don't know what to do, any of those three things, you should enter a not guilty plea when you're asked for a plea. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Teofilo Velasco, case number TRC 2353, A and B.
And are you Mr. Velasco?
Yeah.
Mr. Velasco, it's alleged that on January the 15th at 2:50 a.m. in Perry Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol and took a breath test and tested 174. It's alleged to be your first offense. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. The minimum penalty is 3 days in treatment and 3 days in jail since it's a high test score, about 1.7. $375 fine and a 6-month license suspension. Do you understand that charge?
A little bit, not much.
Okay. Do you speak English?
A little bit,
Okay. Do you need a translator?
yes.
Do you have someone, because I don't have anyone on staff that can translate for you. Do you have someone with you that can translate? No?
No.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Belafonte.
Is that a restaurant? Are you paid by the hour?
Yeah.
How much per hour?
13.
13 an hour? Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
3, 4. 4.
Okay, you're eligible for a court-appointed lawyer, so I'm going to appoint Mr. Stratton to represent you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. This is Mr. Velasco. He says there may be an issue, although he seems to understand me fairly well with understanding English.
Okay.
So if you feel like you need a translator, if you let me know. Usually we get Dr. Lucas, who teaches Spanish at the OU Southern, to translate if you feel like it's necessary. It is a high test score, first offense. I'm entering a not guilty plea for him. And he can sign a $1,000 signature bond. Do you have dates that you're not available, Mr. Stratton?
Your Honor, when were you thinking?
Probably going to look at February the 10th or after.
Yeah, anytime in February is fine.
Okay. Let's do the 13th. February 13th is a Monday.
Great.
2/13. For pretrial, 10 o'clock. The test score on the BAC was 174.
Okay. All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Let's step outside.
State of Ohio versus Cameron Harless, case number TRC 2348, A, B, and C.
And one of you is Cameron Harless. Here are you, ma'am.
I am Marcy Conrad, clinical coordinator at Brighter Days Sober Living. I have him set up next week for an assessment to do our outpatient program.
All right, why don't you just have a seat, because this is his arraignment on a new charge.
Okay, just write everything down.
And you're Cameron Harless?
Yes.
Mr. Harless, it's alleged that on January the 14th at 2:18 a.m. in Perry Township, you were operating a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol. It's alleged you took a breath test and tested 158 on the breath test. And it's alleged you've had a prior conviction before in 2021. So the test score of 158 is above what's called the per se level. Under Ohio law, the per se level is 808. I'm just going to drop that 0 and talk about it. 8 is the per se level under Ohio law, and here's what that means. If there's a test at 8 or higher on the breath test, and the state can show compliance with the rules for giving the test, they have to show calibration and some other things to get the presumption. Then there's a presumption that you're impaired because you tested higher than 8. And they're saying you tested 15, so that's higher than 8.
Yes, sir.
And because it's a second offense, that raises the possible penalties also.
Yes, sir.
On a second, the maximum is still 6 months in jail, but the fine goes up to $1,625 fine is the maximum, and a 5-year license suspension. The minimum is 10 days in jail, $525 fine, 1-year license suspension, and if the vehicle was titled to you, there's requirement that it be impounded for 90 days if you're convicted on a second offense. Okay, so that's a lot of information about that. Do you have questions about second offenses, the breath test, or any of that I told you?
Yes, sir.
You've also got a license issue charge and issue failure to reinstate, so apparently the state is saying you were eligible to get your license back, but you hadn't done so.
All right.
So that's what's called an unclassified misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 500 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine. There's no jail time on that charge. And then the last charge you're facing is driving out of your lane. That's a minor misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is a $150 fine.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand these charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes, sir.
Are you working?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I'm an electrician.
Are you paid by the hour?
Yes, sir.
How much per hour?
$15.50.
Do you have children?
No, sir.
How many hours a week do you work?
40.
I have to determine your gross annual income. How long do you work this job?
A little over a year.
So by my calculations, your gross annual income is going to be about $32,000 a year. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. For a single person, you're actually making more than what I'm allowed to appoint a lawyer for. So you have to hire your own lawyer. That's it.
All right.
How much time do you need to do that?
Probably about a month.
Okay, I'm going to set it, and what's your work schedule, Monday through Friday?
Monday to Friday.
Does it matter what day of the week it is for your hearings?
Nah.
I'm going to set it for a Tuesday, which is February 21st, so right at a month out. February 21st will be your next hearing, and that's going to be called a pretrial. You need to be here at the court at 10 a.m. on that day. I'm entering a not guilty plea for you. You can sign a $2,000 signature bond indicating you will hire an attorney. I think it's an excellent idea if you get some substance use counseling and treatment. You're a young guy and you've already had two. It's not, at least it's alleged. I'm going to prejudge it, but it's alleged you've got a second offense. So. All right, any questions, Mr. Harless?
No, sir.
Okay, be back here February 21st, 10 a.m., unless your lawyer says they made arrangements for a different date.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And you are under a license suspension now because of your test.
State of Ohio versus David Bryan, case number TRC 2350.
And sir, you're David Bryan?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bryan, it's alleged that on January the 14th at 3:03 a.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol. The state's alleging you took a breath test and tested 10410, we'll just call it 10. Per se levels 8. I explained that before. Are you familiar with that? You want me to go over it again?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You understand it? And it is alleged to be your first offense.
Yes, sir.
So the maximum is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. The minimum is 3 days in treatment, $375 fine, 6-month license suspension. Do you understand the charges?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to plead to these charges?
Guilty. Yes, I'm guilty of it.
If you enter a guilty plea, your charges are true, you're waiving your rights to have a trial, to have a lawyer. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept your guilty plea. I'm going to read the officer's report into the record, and then you can make an explanation or statement if you want to, but you're not required to. It's pretty lengthy, so bear with me. It's over 2 pages long. The officer says, January 14th, 3:03 a.m., Sheriff's Office advised they were with a driver. They had stopped on County Road 144, just off 52, Fayette Township. Advised they believed the driver was impaired and requested assistance. Arrived on scene, made contact with Sergeant Sisler, who had made the traffic stop for a license plate light defect. The vehicle was a Chevy Cavalier with West Virginia plates. Stopped in front of his Cruiser, he advised the driver, David Bryan, stated he smelled of alcohol. And he said that was because he had been kissing his girlfriend. The passenger was still seated in the vehicle. And Mr. Bryan said that's the truth. Mr. Bryan's eyes were watery, bloodshot. I asked him if he could wear his jacket and allowed him to retrieve it from his vehicle, patted down his jacket for weapons. I detected a faint odor of alcohol coming from his breath as we talked. I asked him if he had consumed alcohol that night. He said he had had a drink after he got off work earlier in the day. I turned off my flashing overhead lights, had Mr. Bryan remove his hat, asked him preliminary questions about doing senior field sobriety tests. He stated he did not wear contacts or glasses. He did have a pinched nerve in his neck and back, and said he'd had that for quite a while. Said he was taking medication for diabetes and stomach issues. Asked him if he took any medications that might impact his ability to do tests. Said his left eye twitches occasionally. Asked him to do horizontal gaze and nystagmus. And there was 4 clues for alcohol. On the walk and turn test, he started the test too soon. I asked him to return to starting position. He said he had ankle and knee issues. One leg stand, there was 3 issues. Portable breath test was given, and that showed us sample of 109. He was placed under arrest, taken to the patrol post, and agreed to give a breath test there, which showed a score of 104. Was charged with first offense OVI and was transported to his passenger's home and released. Okay, do you have a statement or explanation you want to make about this?
No, sir, I know I was guilty.
Do you work, sir?
I know, sir, I'm on Social Security.
Okay, I'm going to impose a fine of $500.
Okay.
You don't have to write this down. You're going to get a piece of paper.
Right.
Everything I'm going to tell you is going to be on the judgment entry, which is what is being typed over here to my right. Order you to pay the court costs. You'll get a 6-month license suspension, and that started the day of the incident of your arrest. 20 days in jail, all suspended on the condition that you do 5 days of community service.
Where am I supposed to do community service? I'm an hour away in West Virginia.
Well, you can do it at your home. Where do you live?
I live in Crum.
Crum, West Virginia.
They don't do anything like that in Crum.
Well,
It'd probably be in this town of Wayne then.
yeah, I mean, do it in Wayne, or do this for some legitimate charitable organization, because that other option is go to jail. You don't want to do that, I'm assuming. Most people would rather do the community service, so you can do it in your home area. Mr. Cooper's in charge of it, so he'll talk to you about getting your community service and get his proof in. You'll be on probation for 2 years, just ensure you do this stuff. It'll terminate once you finish everything. And you'll have review hearings. If you were here earlier, those people were people that have already been ordered to do stuff. You gotta keep coming back till you get your things finished. If you don't show up, you get a warrant. Or if you blow it off. We have people do that, they just don't do anything. Well, then, you know, you're riding along with the buddy who's speeding, gets pulled over for speeding, he gets a ticket, and you go to jail because there's a warrant for your arrest. So just make sure you get stuff done, and you don't have to worry about going to jail. I don't want you to go to jail. You have to do what's called the driver intervention program, and West Virginia would require you to do it anyway. So anytime you have an alcohol-related offense over there, they're going to require you to go to a school program, and they accept the Ohio one. So Ohio requires it too. So Mr. Jones is here from the local one. You can go to that one. You can go to any one that's approved by the state of Ohio. So, but they're all in Ohio. You can't. There's not one in Crum or Wayne that you can go to. You'll have to come someplace in Ohio and attend a 3-day program, and it's overnight program. So you have to go stay for 3 days. It's either that or jail. That's what the legislature says. I got to make you do that or go to jail. Those are the two options. So most people would rather do that than go to jail. Your review hearing is going to be August 21st. You've got all summer to get this done. You've got from now through the summer, and then still people don't get their stuff. Some people just totally blow it off and don't do anything. You're going to get a warrant if you do that. So I think that finished. That's the only charge you have is the OVI. So you've got 2 people to talk to. I want you to talk to Mr. Jones about the 3-day school. Your probation officer is Mr. Major. Is off. When you go out in the lobby, 90-degree turn, you're not from river country, but it's downriver. So to your left, go to that counter. To the right is the clerk's office. The left is probation. Go to probation, check in with your probation officer. He's going to give you the paperwork. He's got everything I told you on it, and he's your contact person with the court if you have questions. You know, I'll have people come in and say, well, I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Well, we have phones here. You can call. You can call your probation officer. We actually have computers here. If you have access to a computer, you'll be able to go on, pull up the court's website, and you can pull your case up and look on there. How much have I got to do? Or how much have I done? When's my next hearing? It's all on the website of the court. Do you have any questions of me, sir?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Go meet with those 2 people, then you're free to go. You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Keith Cooper, case number TRC 21-121 A and B, and CRB 21-288.
Sir, are you Keith Cooper? Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Cooper, it looks like you missed a hearing some time ago, and back in May. And you guess you got arrested and posted a bond now with Mr. Sowards, is that right? Okay. The hearings you missed were a review on an OVI 21-121 is the case number, and you also had a littering charge 21-288. So, do you have any explanation, or well, let's ask this first. Do you admit, or do you deny that you missed your review hearings back in May?
I missed them.
Do you have an explanation for that?
I do not, sir. I had some things come up, and I just put other priorities first, and instead of doing this, and I wouldn't be here if I would have chose to make this a #1 priority, and that's why I'm still here, sir.
Okay. Well, hopefully you learned. You wound up going to jail.
Yeah, it's not fun. I don't like it.
So you would tell everybody they need to do what they're supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm a little older than you, but one thing I've kind of figured out in life, like if I've got an obligation that carries potential jail time if I don't do it, I probably want to put that right at the top of the list of stuff I need to take care of, because I don't really want to go to jail. Right?
Yes, sir.
You agree with that?
Yes.
So you're going to put this at the top of the list from now on?
It is now.
Okay. Okay, you've got a bond up now, so what that means is if you don't come to a hearing now, you got from May till January before all kind of off. You were just kind of floating around out there, nobody was bothering you because they let everybody in on a secret, but if I issue a warrant for somebody on an OVI conviction, the sheriff's office is not going to go out looking for you. They're just going to wait till you have contact with the police agency. It doesn't matter which police agency. They're going to look you up, see you got a warrant, then you're going to jail. That's the way that works. But now, it's going to be different. Because you got a bail bondsman. Do you understand that?
He'll
If
come.
you miss a hearing, He gotta pay the court $1,500 for you missing. He never pays $1,500. You know why? He will track you down to the end of the earth to avoid paying the $1,500.
Yes, sir.
So, come to court when you're supposed to.
I'll be here.
Or go to some country where there's no, I don't know. Now, he can go get you even in Argentina. Now, the United States government won't, because I don't think they have an extradition treaty with them. But there's no place in the United States you can go, and very few places in the world you can go where the warrant's not good. So, and now that you got Mr. Sowers, he'll go, like I always said, he'll go to Antarctica to get somebody if he has to. He just likes to, he wants that reputation that he'll go anywhere to get anyone for a bond. So just come to court when you're supposed to and get your stuff done. You've got 5 days of community service on that one, 4 days on the other one, and fines and costs. So start working on it and getting it done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your next hearing is going to be on February 21st at 9 a.m.
Your order's at 10 for sentencing.
You're right. It should be 10 o'clock.
And what day was that,
That's why
sir?
I've got the clerks in here because they're smarter than me and they know what I should be doing.
And what day was that, February the?
February 21st, 2/21/23. And it's going to be a sentencing hearing because that tells me that you got a bond. And then I let Mr. Sowers know if you didn't show up and he'll be out looking for you.
I'll be here, sir.
So, in between now and then, get in
You'll
here and do some
see
community
improvement
service.
on my cases too between now and then, sir.
Okay. Once you get it finished, you can quit coming to these hearings and not worry about it anymore and don't get any more cases.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Casey Jackson, case number CRB 22-165 A and B, and CRB 22-510.
Casey Jackson. Okay, you had a hearing a week ago, and it looks like you missed it on pretrial and review, and Mr. Smith is your lawyer, right? Tyler Smith?
Yes.
Is he here? Well, your lawyer's on the docket, so I'm going to just put you aside, and when he gets here, I want you to talk with him, and then after you've done so, we'll recall you. There he is here. Mr. Smith, do you want the court to file? Casey Jackson. Okay. Your case, I don't know, you probably don't have your file today.
I don't have my file today, no.
Okay, talk to Mr. Jackson when you're ready, let us know, we'll recall it.
Okay.
He missed a hearing previously.
All right.
State of Ohio versus Anton Staker, case number TRC 22-1359 A, B, and C.
All right, and Mr. Staker, you had a review hearing on Monday, Tuesday, actually. The court was Tuesday, the 17th. And you missed that hearing?
Yeah, I was out of town working.
Okay, you have an OVI, you did your driver intervention program. You paid off the funds today, so that's good. And you just still have community service to do.
I turned it in this morning.
Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor. I have to call and verify.
All right, well, if that checks out, then you're going to be completed. So I'm going to give you a new date, but check in with probation. If they accept your community service that you've turned in, you won't have to come back.
Okay.
So I'm going to set it for March 17th. But on the face of it, if your community service checks out, you are completed.
Okay.
March 17th, 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Dylan Hyden, case number CRA 22473, TRC 222096 A and B.
He just walked out the registry.
All right, he'll be recalled.
State of Ohio versus Tony L. Walters, Case number CRB 2354.
Tony Walters, is that you, ma'am? Yep. Mr. Walters, you have a theft offense filed against you. You're just handed a copy of the complaint. The state's alleging that Fayette Township on January 19th, you purposely deprived Walmart of property without their consent. It's a first-degree misdemeanor theft offense, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Were you in the courtroom when I explained defendant's rights? Do you have any questions about your rights? Any questions before you enter a plea? What plea do you wish to enter?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true and you're waiving your rights to have a trial and have a lawyer. Do you understand that? Okay, well, my standard on this, I don't see any reason, because at times I have wanted to deviate, and then I find out, no, you shouldn't deviate. We'll have you do a urine screen first, because we get such a high positive rate on shoplifting. So go to the probation office to the left as you go out in the lobby, get a urine screen. After we get that done, I'll have you back and I'll sentence you after I get the results.
State of Ohio versus Brian Webb. Case numbers TRD 213514 A and B, CRA 20832, TRD 2761, and TRD 201555.
All right, Brian Webb is here, and you had a review hearing last week, I guess it was.
Yeah, I had it written down, Your Honor. I apologize for that. I thought it was the 20th.
Okay, how are things going with you?
Everything's going great. He's got my last few drug screens I brought to the court for you.
Okay.
Judge, when you called the case, I was actually as a copier making copies for Mr. Hill from the court, so I'll let him see this.
Okay.
If I may approach.
Yes. This is my copy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, good screens. And, okay, so these are, one of these is still on the active docket, at least one, so it's preliminary. He's a family medical. Okay, well, it looks like you're doing well. Did they give you any time frame as to when you're going to finish up there?
No, sir. It's just a program they haven't started they haven't even mentioned anything like that.
Okay. And you're working now, I think, is that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where are you working now?
Gold Street Auto Mechanic.
All right. Mr. Hill, do you have any input?
Well, those drug screens were very encouraging, and it looks like he's made a lot of progress, so we don't have an opposition to continuing on and seeing him through the treatment.
Okay. I'll go 2 months out, because you've done well. And at some point, you can get the possession charge dismissed. I'd like to have a little more of a report from them other than just your screens before we conclude that. So let's look, Mr. Morford, how about March 20th? Is that a good date?
No, I have a trial and common pleas on that date, Judge.
All right, 24th or 17th of March?
24th, I'm free.
Okay, March 24th will be Mr. Webb's next hearing on everything before the court, and their pre-trials and preliminary hearings.
And you like a report from counseling? as to
Family medical.
progress?
Yeah, they used to send, we used to get a rep from them here, court, that hasn't happened for a while.
This one.
March 24th is the next hearing.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jeffrey A. Trout, case number CRB 21-900 and CRB 21-602.
All right, Mr. Trout is here, and he had a review hearing a week ago, and it looks like you missed that. Is that correct?
Yeah,
You have an explanation?
yeah, I had my son, I had a cold,
Okay.
that's why I showed up today.
How are things going with you now?
Doing a lot better.
Okay, you still have some fines and costs to pay. You did make a payment today, it looks like. Okay, I'll cancel, I won't issue a warrant, actually, I haven't been issued yet. I won't issue a warrant for you since you came in on your own. Set your next review February 21st. 9 a.m., February 21st, 9 a.m.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
you're right. Okay, that's all the arraignments we have for now. If you were told to be here for arraignment, there may be some more that are being processed, and I know we have some at the jail we'll do by teleconference. So we're going to go on with pre-trials now.
State of Ohio versus Samuel Losi, case number TRC 22-2620.
It's Mr. Each's case, and it is set as a pre-trial today.
Coach Ron.
Yes. Morning. So it's one vehicle, All right, so I understand the state is making a motion on this.
Your Honor, if it please the court, The state's not opposed to treating this as a physical control because of certain evidentiary issues that have been raised by the defendant and which we've discussed with the court. We are going to be asking for a little bit of additional in the way of disposition in this matter. We want Mr. Losey to attend to some counseling, at least through an assessment, and follow through with the counseling as part of his probation in this matter. We'd also ask for, if he pleads to this, reduced charge, 30 days in jail suspended, and probation for 2 years. And we didn't discuss the issue of fine.
I'm okay with whatever fine the state suggests or the court imposes, Your Honor, along with everything else Mr. Hill said as a condition of the plea.
All right, and what plea does he wish to enter into the physical control?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Losey?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish to make any statement before sentencing?
No, sir.
Has there been any investigation into counseling? Do you know what agency he wants to go to?
No, Your Honor.
Where do you live, Mr. Losey?
Right here in Proctorville. Yes.
Okay, so you're a local person.
Yes, sir.
And I understand you're employed. Do you have some sort of health insurance or?
No, I don't have health insurance.
So you pay for any kind of medical care out of your pocket?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's some agencies in Proctorville that you can access, and I guess if you're paying out, self-paying, that doesn't make much difference. There are some that will accept health insurance and some won't. Okay, on the physical control, I'll impose a $300 fine. I'll order you to pay court costs, 30 days in jail, all suspended, 2 years of level 4 probation, and counseling. I'll allow him to choose the agency of his choice, legitimate agency that does substance use counseling. There are several at court today, actually, if you want to talk to one of them. The way this is going to work, you're going to come back and they're going to give me reports as to what you're doing. And if you don't do it, you can get to jail time. That's not the plan. I don't want to see that happen, but I'm serious about you engaging in substance use counseling. That's going to be the main focus of your sentence. Now, at the time you got the citation, the officer checked the box on the citation saying you didn't have proof of insurance.
I have here.
Your Honor, I have proof of insurance. However, I would ask the court maybe to give him, at the end of the day, the insurance proof I have is not within the time frames.
Okay. Yeah. You'll need to get it here by 4 o'clock today.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have to deal with the B&B on it. That's not easy.
Right, understood.
You can get it here today,
Can you get proof of insurance today?
I have no idea. I'll have to call them.
We'll get it taken care of, Your Honor.
Okay. His review hearing, I'm going to set for March 17th, his first review hearing. So I expect to get a report March 17th, 9 a.m. You to be here, bring a report where you've been, what counseling you're getting. That's what I want to see.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're going to meet today with the probation officer, Mr. Major. His office is to the left as you exit the courtroom. And get that proof of insurance. You either bring it in physically or have them fax it or email or whatever. Just get it to the clerk's office before they process it and send it to the B&B today. Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. See Mr. Major, then after you've met with him, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll talk to my wife about what date we need. Okay.
State of Ohio recalls Casey Jackson, case number CRB 22-165 A and B, and CRB 22-510.
Okay, this is Mr. Smith's case, and recalled after he's talked with Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Jackson was scheduled for last week and wasn't here. Now he's come today. So I guess probably the court's inquiry into that would be separate from whatever we maybe feel like needs to happen as far as the actual case goes. I have here the domestic violence charge, and we had spoken with the alleged victim on that, and she had indicated back on the 9th of January that there hadn't been any further problems. So we know at least then, and we haven't heard anything more. Previously on the domestic violence charge, we had agreed to a 90-day continuance with a dismissal if there weren't any more problems upon the payment of court costs. And
this is the one, my notes were there's supposed to be counseling at NECO,
and then on December 9th, we found out that he was at PATH. And then that's when Mr. Smith was appointed, it looks to me like, or that's, anyway, so I don't know whether he's still at PATH. That would, of course, influence our position on what needs to happen today.
He advised he's still a path. Now, the other case involved is a criminal damaging, criminal mischief, and I don't believe the state has that file right now, so I don't know if there's a restitution amount or anything else we need to...
Well, he was actually sentenced on that. He's got community service. He did actually extra community service this time.
Okay.
He still has a balance due on that, and then he's got this domestic violence pending.
So you owe for the... And then so...
I don't have a report from PATH. I need a report from them for his counseling.
They're supposed to fax it. It was just a fax it. They haven't faxed it, so...
I'll just call them.
And have, if they can, maybe we can, I'm gonna have them call PATH, see if they can send it today. And if they can't, then we'll just get another date, I guess.
All right, we'll recall Mr. Jackson's case later in the docket.
Okay.
State of Ohio recalls Tony Walters, case number CRB 2354. Tony Walters.
Okay, well, I'm usually pretty good about this, I feel like, but I wouldn't have guessed this one. Did you see the result?
Yeah.
And you're not surprised?
On the marijuana, no, because I knew I smoked it.
But this has happened to me before when I think, well, this person doesn't look like they would test dirty, but you did. So we need to deal with that issue. How do you get, do you have a medical card? How do you get medical services?
I have a high milk card through welfare.
Okay. Have you ever had treatment before? Here's the thing. You can't take anything off of the street, even marijuana, and have any confidence of what's in it.
I just now found that out.
So even if you say, I just smoke marijuana, if you are not getting it from a dispensary, it could have stuff in it that you don't know about. Dangerous stuff. So we need to, deal with that. Tell me something about yourself. Are you working? What do you do?
I'm on fixed income.
You live here in Chesapeake? Okay. All right, and do you have transportation?
Walking.
Okay. Who can see her in Chesapeake? Riverside? Okay, I'm going to refer you to Riverside for an assessment and treatment as indicated. And her urine screen results are in the file. If you want to take a look at those from Riverside, or you can just be honest about it. I'm going to sentence you. Is there anything else you want to tell me about this before I sentence you?
No.
Okay. $100 fine, court costs, 10 days in jail, suspended. I'll suspend it all on the condition you do 5 days of community service and get assessed and treatment as indicated for substance use. Your review hearing will be March 17th, your first one. And I want to report then from Riverside. There's a representative from Riverside that's going to come out and talk with you. You also got to meet with probation officer, Mr. Major, so 2 people to talk to before you leave today. Then you're free to go after that. March 17th is your review,
What time?
9 a.m. It'll be on the piece of paper Mr. Major's going to give you. Any questions? Okay.
State of Ohio versus Samuel P. Dudley, case number PRC 222701, A and B.
Mr. Ainge's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that for pre-trial?
Your Honor, I've talked to Mr. Hield and his staff. I'm just waiting on discovery, so I would ask the court to set this case for another pretrial. I looked at Friday, February 10. I did not discuss that date with anybody else.
Okay, great.
We don't oppose that, Your Honor.
February the 10th will be the next hearing, be a pretrial at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Harold Henderson, case number TRC 222803, A and B.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Okay, I was looking, I see a motion for discovery. Destin Haskamp?
Yes, Your Honor.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
You are, sir.
All right.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes. How are you? All right, it's my understanding the state's moving to amend this to physical control.
That's correct, Your Honor. After having reviewed the factual scenario, in this case, we feel that is a just resolution to this. One of the things that we will insist upon, however, is that the administrative license suspension, because of the refusal on the chemical test, would stay in place. That's a year license suspension dating back to the date of December 27th.
Okay.
That's our understanding as well, Your Honor.
And what plea does Mr. Henderson wish to enter to the amended charge?
Guilty plea, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any statement you want to make?
No, sir.
I'll accept your plea. I'll impose a $300 fine, court costs, be a year license suspension, 2 years of probation, just to ensure that you pay your fines and costs. And I'll set a review hearing for August 21st. If you paid it, by then, you don't have to appear.
Your Honor, if you may please court, my client's going to pay in full today.
Okay.
You had to lose the failure to control as well as that.
$20 fine on the failure to control.
I believe we had talked to the prosecution, the failure to control would be dismissed, Your Honor.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it will be dismissed. All right, if he pays today, I'll delete the probationary period.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will pay today.
See you, clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Andrew Monger, case number PRC 22-2010, A and B.
It's Mr. Finley's case set for pretrial today.
Yes, Your Honor, we talked actually in chambers with you. We've got some dates here set for.
Yeah, let's put those of record. We talked about, but the clerk's not aware of it yet, so.
We talked about a final pretrial, I believe, February 13, and jury trial of March 10. Then we also.
Case number 22-2010. So we're going to set a pretrial for February 13th. And that'll be at 10 a.m. March the 10th, case not resolved by that date, we'll go to trial at noon, and it'll be a jury trial.
Judge,
I'll need the jury instructions submitted February 13th.
well, I thought we were going to have a date before that so we could deal with those on the 13th. So you'd have a little time to review those maybe?
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
a week prior or something?
okay. Let's have them submitted February 6th, jury instructions. If you only want OJI, then you don't have to submit.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. There were some discussions about, I can get with Mr. Hill and see if we can arrive at a agreed upon and set.
So if you want a special instruction other than OJI submitted by February 6th, so it can be discussed on the 13th, and your opposing counsel have a chance to review it.
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay, that's all.
State of Ohio versus Hobart Gearhart, case number CRB 23-8, CRB 22-764, CRB 22-804, CRB 22-477, CRB 22-383, CRB 22-342, CRB 21-815, A and B.
Mr. Morford's case is set for pretrial.
Judge, I'm happy to report that the cows have been removed from Mr. Gearhart's property. I think we're here for sentencing. I'll let you hear from Mr. Hill in regard to that, but.
Your Honor,
that confirmed?
We confirmed from two sources that there weren't any cows there today. I know that we've got pending cases, and I know that we've got cases in which, I don't remember whether he was sentenced or not previously, but we had a trial and was a guilty.
There's one, at least one, where he was found guilty and sentencing was delayed. And then there's still a pending case, at least one pending case, maybe more. I think there's more than one pending.
On the pending cases, the thing that I would be most concerned about is if there's further restitution involved. which I'm sorry to say I don't have that information right in front of me. I was very concerned to find out about whether the cows were going to be gone, and that's been done. So our recommendation to the court, Your Honor, if it's time to do some sentencing on this, we don't have an opposition to a suspended jail sentence and probation and an order of restitution. And most importantly, until he's either off of probation or he can prove to the court that he's not going to let this happen anymore, that he would not have any cattle.
Do you know what the restitution figure is?
No.
All right. Actually, it looks to me like some of this was already sentenced. In case number, I don't know which case this one is.
Case numbers that you called, I don't see any of the sentence. There's physical control as well as registration violations.
So we had the trial on 21 cases.
Yeah.
So that's the one.
Okay, so we have the restitutions on those?
Yeah, it's in your notes at 500. That was the only one that requested.
Okay, there was only one request for restitution. And then what case number was that?
April Sides, the 21, we had a trial on the 21 CRB 781.
21 CRB 781, April Sites is the aggrieved party in that. She,
I don't even have that one on mine.
That's why we had a trial.
yeah, we had a trial on that, and Mr. Hart was found guilty on that one previously.
I do 21,
781.
815 and 21, 781.
But what was the amount?
500. 500.
500.
What was the second case number in that file?
21, 815, 21, 781.
I gave Kevin Sykes $200. Well, that means it was $300.
Those are the only restitution.
But you're right with the trial.
I understand.
Unless you want to. No, I'm just trying to, before.
She asked for, April Sykes asked for $500.
Yes, Your Honor, and my client indicates he has paid, I don't know if he has a receipt, but that he's paid $200 towards that restitution amount.
That was prior to even coming to court, back when it happened in October.
Well, I'm going to suggest then that we continue that as well, because I want to confirm that she's been paid $200. She's not here today, so we need to get the final figure on that.
Yes,
Then
Judge.
what's the state, so Mr. Gerhart know, what's the state asking for on these pending cases? So we can maybe wrap this all up.
Well, we wanted, our intent, and actually just based on the ones that were already tried and found guilty, a sentence that would be in excess of one maximum sentence, so like 60 days in jail, and order that the restitution be paid, probation, in order that there be no cattle on his property until such time as he can show the court he can be responsible or during the length of his probation. Whatever fine that the court would think was appropriate.
How many days did you suggest, Mr. Hill?
60.
Be suspended?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, my client would join in that agreement and present it to you as a joint proposed plea negotiation for your approval. He's good with Mr. Hill's suggestion.
Can we contact Ms. Sykes to see if she's going to do that?
Yes, and And I think it would be appropriate for him to enter pleas to the ones that are unresolved, and we would want a concurrent sentence with that.
Okay. Let's let the prosecutor reach out to Ms. Sykes and confirm if she has been paid part of the restitution. And then we'll come back and conclude everything after that's happened.
I gave the money to her husband, Kevin Sykes.
Well, hopefully she can talk with him. Are they together?
I guess.
Okay.
Have a seat. We're back.
State of Ohio versus Brian Stapleton, case number CRB 22-573.
This is Mr. Morford's case set for pretrial.
Here's what the 10 days suspended to a restitution of $910.41, which represents a figure for usage of electric after it was turned off. And Bill and I would ask the judge to suspend the fine if we get that restitution paid. You suggest a trial then?
No.
Yeah, pardon?
No, because I didn't do anything.
Okay, well, they're saying you.
That's fine.
No, I believe we're going to ask you to set this matter for a trial.
Okay. It had been set today for trial, but because of you were not here Monday. We changed this to a pretrial today, so.
Well, we also wanted to clarify what the restitution would be, which we've done in the meantime.
So we just need to set a trial date then. Is there dates you're not available, Mr. Morford?
I can't remember the first date we had, Judge, but I'm pretty free, actually.
Is there any time issues here in this case?
There have been time, let's see here.
We'd wait for any kind of time, Judge, until
Yeah.
he's out. I don't have a time concern.
Let's go back out and vote.
On when?
The 25th of this month,
How long will you be gone?
28 days.
Judge, he indicates he goes back on the river on January 25th, and we'll be back 28 days after that, if we could accommodate that work schedule.
Okay, so we either need to do before the 25th or after. The 22nd of February, after the 22nd, so. Well, that's probably not going to happen because that gives us only date in January, this Monday. And I assume we probably don't want that. Is that correct?
We wouldn't be able to have our witnesses lined up.
Actually, I think I need to do some discovery too, real quick, Judge.
Well, do we need then just to set it for a pretrial versus coming back?
That would be a good idea, Judge. That might be productive.
Okay, it looks like he's going to be back then, he should be back by the 24th of February. That's more than 28 days from the 25th.
That's fine, and we'd waive that time, Judge.
28 days from January 25th is the 22nd of February, so it should be Friday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm here then, Judge.
February 24th for another pretrial.
February 24th?
Yes, and I'll set, do you want me to set a trial date now, or?
Let's wait and see if we can resolve it on the 24th.
State of Ohio versus Linda Thacker, case number CRB 22775, A and B.
Morford's case set for pretrial. Linda Thacker.
Rush Coleman, Samuel Coleman.
So, Your Honor, we issued, asked for subpoenas to be issued to the two parties who alleged the crime, and they have not appeared today. So I don't know whether they were served or not, but
it looks to me like I have those. It says return to court no longer at the address.
well, we've also made attempts to leave phone messages or to contact them by phone, not been successful. So at this time, we will nolly the charges with the right to refile them.
Charges to be nollied.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. There was a gun confiscated, I believe, Mr. Hill. Do you have objection to that being returned? Who does it belong to?
Is it the sheriff's office?
It was my daughter's, it was my husband's gun that passed away.
Who has possession of the gun?
What is it?
The SO, I guess, sheriff's office.
When I was searched, I had nothing on me. I was searched and placed in a cruiser, and the boys, the cop went in, and the boys dug around until they found a gun and gave him. It was, the gun probably doesn't even shoot. It was my husband's. He passed away, and it was just something we
There's no
kept.
allegation that she actually picked the gun up. She just said she was going to shoot him. There's more to this that we were hoping to be able to find out if we had participation of the victims. But we don't have that at this time, so I don't know that there's any justification to keep the gun at this point.
Okay. You need an order for it to be returned? Or?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll prepare an order because she'll have to go to the SO and they'll have to get in their evidence locker with her.
Okay, gun will be ordered returned.
State of Ohio versus Tiffany R. Vaughn, case number TRC 2346.
Mr. Morford's case set for pretrial.
Have not been successful. So we've got one or two things to do. We can try to find a motion to press and try to say, look, all this evidence shows that she was not impaired. What are you going to take it off for a first offense? 10 days suspended jail sentence. The judge would set the fine. Get a work driving permit, your license be suspended for a period of time.
Is this still a DUI? Is this still a DUI? Still a DUI?
Yes.
What do you want to do?
That's up to you.
I want to fight it.
Judge, my client indicates that she wants me to file a motion to suppress in this matter, so if you could set it out 2 or 3 weeks and allow me to file a motion.
There was a question about videos. Has that been produced?
We've got it, yes, Judge, finally. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's solved.
Good. So you want a pretrial on the motion or just an evidentiary hearing?
Pretrial might be Good idea, Judge. That way, Mr. Hill, I'm sure, will have reviewed the video again and seen my arguments.
February 6th.
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge, I'm here then.
Okay, February 6th, we pre-trial on a motion to suppress. So that should be filed before that date.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Butch.
State of Ohio versus Stanley T. Bennett Jr., case number CRA 20646 and TRC 2015-22A and B.
Mr. Smith's case.
It is, Judge.
Stanley Bennett.
You're on a roll, Roger. You're on.
Yesterday. Judge, I did receive a text. He called my office, can't call the office, my secretary texted me. Says he was running late. But it's
We'll recall it.
if we could recall it, I don't know what late means.
State of Ohio versus Richard D. Cremines, case number CRB 22601.
We call Keith Cremines as well. It's a co-defendant.
Yes. James Piscopo.
State of Ohio versus Keith Cremines, case number CRB 22602.
Richard Cummings is represented by Roger Smith, and by Mr. Stroud.
Keith Cremines is, he was very sick this morning, Your Honor, vomiting, and he contacted the court, then contacted me, and I told him that not to come if he's that sick, so he's not here today.
I think the plan was we weren't sure if the alleged victim would be here, and if he showed up, and apparently he has showed up, we were probably supposed to pick a trial date. And then we file our notice of alibi and do what we need to do. Am I correct, Philip?
Yes, that's, our intention was we're either going to resolve it today or it needs to be set for trial. And we also wanted to make sure we had Mr. Piscopo as a witness, which he's here today. And actually, I've been discussing with him the issue of, part of the resolution is going to be restitution if they're found guilty, and not quite sure if we have an exact figure at this point, so we're going to have to zero in on that. But if there needs to be a trial, now the other fella, only one of them showed up today?
Yeah, one says Mr. Stroud's on.
Yeah, I've spoken to him today.
Whatever they want to do as far as setting a trial date, whatever the court decides, we'll find out. You can get here for a trial.
I think we're thinking March sometimes, or
10th or 13th of March.
whatever day. I'm good the whole month. What dates are good for you?
The 10th and 13th are good.
10th or 13th of March, Your Honor.
Are those dates good for Mr. Piscopo?
Yes.
Remember, we have the potential jury trial on the 10th.
You said third was the other day?
The 13th, Judge, or Monday, the 13th. Or I could do Friday, the St. Patrick's Day, the 17th also.
13th is fine. March 13th. So we'll set it at noon for trial.
Yes. Thank you, Judge. Yeah, out of here. Yes, take care. All right, I'll be in touch. Okay.
Send me a copy of your notice.
Yes.
State of Ohio versus Scott Taylor, case number TRC 222629.
Mr. Roger Smith's case.
Get the brochure, your hometown.
Well, that's good. It's no test. It's no test. Well, and listen, he's got fiscal controls.
Judge, he is at hometown recovery. I don't know if anybody's here. Okay, I'll take a look. This is dated yesterday, Judge.
One of those people you meet in life, you know, you just might think there's an indifference, but there wasn't any. It's very
Just yesterday.
well received and getting along with her beautifully.
Your Honor, and I don't know what Mr. Taylor's going to want to do today, but the ticket indicates this is the third offense. The prior two were physical controls. So technically, it's not a third offense, but in practical reality, it indicates a severe problem. Now, if we have a trial, you know, we feel like this is a real problem that needs some serious intervention. And part of that, from our perspective, if he's found guilty at a trial, is we want him to go to jail for a number of days, okay? But if he's willing, he's yesterday gone to start treatment. If he's willing to do that, and he's willing to be successful at that, we would think that that would go a long way in determining what our position is going to be when it comes time to sentence him. But it would require that he goes ahead and pleads guilty to the OVI.
I would ask for another pretrial to be set, see how he's doing with treatment. It could be a couple of weeks, a month, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate. I just am not prepared to have him enter a plea today. I'm not saying that won't happen, but...
He just started his treatment now?
Yesterday. It looks like he was there yet. The 19th, was that yesterday?
I've been there before a couple of times.
Okay. It's not going to be much longer. He just started yesterday.
He just, the date of the 19th, signed by Miss Edmonds, Deidre Edmonds.
Well, I'll just tell you this.
Well, no, don't.
I'm sorry.
It's being recorded.
I'm just sorry. I'm sorry.
Well,
we're okay.
We've been at this for a while. I don't know how, I mean, he just started yesterday, so, you know, I had a note back in November, hometown recovery, question mark. So it's taking this long.
Well, we anticipated that there would be a plea or a decision to have a trial. And we're okay with either one. We prefer that we do want him to stay in the treatment. That's a good thing, regardless of which direction we go.
I guess we're set for trial. I thought a pre-trial would be better, but we'll set it for trial.
understand. That's fine. Do this. So, Your Honor, we'd like to set a trial date. We'd like to also have another pretrial before the trial.
I think that makes sense, Judge.
Okay, February 10th for trial, February 3rd for pretrial.
Those both work, Judge, yes.
Okay, February 3rd, pretrial, February 10th, trial, and then if it's not resolved.
We've got to talk to the officer.
State of Ohio recalls Casey Jackson, case number CRB 22510, CRB 22165, A and B.
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson called Pat to talk to his counselor. His counselor's out today, so he's not able to get a report for today. So I just asked we have a short continuance so he can come with a report.
What's your availability?
I'm free the next few Fridays, so whichever one goes to the docket.
Next Friday, 27th?
That's fine.
Case is continued, defendant's request, January 27th for pretrial.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Ethan R. Anderson, case number CRB 2319.
Okay, Ethan Anderson is at Bethesda with an ankle monitor.
Well, it's up to the court. Because we have to see what the court says.
She said that she was going to talk to you about it.
When's your completion date?
He's just been there a couple of days, I think. It took a while to get the ankle monitor replaced.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been since Wednesday.
It says he's participating.
Yeah, it is. Pretty well.
How long's the program?
It's a 6-month program.
6 months. Okay. Do
I
you
ended up
anticipate?
losing my trailer and everything, so.
Okay. He wanted me to ask the court if he could do outpatient instead of inpatient.
May I
And
explain that?
he'll let you explain to the
Okay.
court.
I've got good reason behind it, sir. I am currently in the middle of remodeling a trailer. It's right next to my grandma's house. And plus, I live in a house, it's me, my grandma. Well, I live in the house next door, the one that I'm currently in the middle of remodeling. But it's me and my grandma, my sister, my great-grandma, and my aunt. I live next door. And since I've been home, I've been in the middle of remodeling that trailer, and I really do not want to lose the opportunity that I have of buying that land. And my grandma said, with me just sitting there talking to her, she said that's absolutely what she would want. She didn't want me to go to jail.
Is she here today?
Yeah, she's out there. She said she just wants.
Let's get her in the courtroom.
Awesome, God bless. She's right here.
Ma'am, can you come up? Now, one thing I want you to know is your grandson is doing methamphetamine. You knew that, didn't you?
Yes. Yes. And I'm going to.
And let me ask you this. What's more important for you, that he get off methamphetamine or he remodel your trailer?
To get off methamphetamine. I just want help for him, and I just don't know. He just,
Well, let me be the bad guy. No.
Okay.
It's not coming from her, it's coming from me. No.
That's fine.
You need to get off meth, and to do that, you need to stay inpatient, because that's a lot more important. You're really young.
Yeah, but it's cool. I'm not even arguing. You're right.
This is an important moment in your life.
I know. I just lost a trailer.
It's a lot more important than the trailer.
The thing is, sir, like may I please say
No,
one more thing?
You can't.
Okay.
It's already decided.
Yes, sir.
And I think she's on my side, but I suspect, like what happens in a lot of families, is nobody wants to say no to you. I will say no to you.
It's not true with me, sir. I
Sir?
do everything by myself.
Quiet and listen.
Yes, sir.
Here's your choices. You're either going to stay or cut and run. If you cut and run, then you're going to have worse problems. But I'm giving you the opportunity to get clean. That needs to be #1 priority with you. Get clean, sober, have a good life. That's what your grandma wants. That's what all of your other family wants. They don't want the trailer. Okay, they may want the trailer remodeled, but it's
my trailer. They don't have a horse in that race.
Sir, what did I tell you? Put him back in the holding cell.
Sir,
holding cell for you. You need an attitude adjustment. You get a little taste of it. Then come out with the right attitude. Sit back there and say you're sorry. Don't sit out here yet.
State of Ohio versus Joseph E. Blake, case number CRB 22796.
Your Honor, I think the other party to this case is here, the victim. Shelley? I think we'll be able to resolve this today, maybe.
Okay, Mr. Stratton is representing Mr. Blake and set for a pre-trial today.
May I approach you?
Yes.
That's what's in the report. Here's your phone number.
Okay, he has a good report. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've spoken with Ms. Salmons, and she's indicated that she does not want a protection order at this time. However, we are pleased that Mr. Blake is in the treatment. We want him to continue with that. So this is our determination as to how we want to proceed in the prosecution of this case is going to be determined by, number one, that there aren't any further problems between these two people or with anybody else concerning, Mr. Blake, and that he is successful in following through with his treatment. If he does those things, then it is possible for us to look at a dismissal of this charge at a later date.
Your Honor, this court, and I just was clarifying this court is not the one that ordered the treatment. He has a pending felony case, whereas the treatment was ordered out of that case. So this case, I believe, can be resolved today, since he's got the other one pending. I think Mr. Morford's his attorney on that other one. Is that correct? Yeah. Mr. Morford's his attorney on the other one. So we actually had spoken about a dismissal as a possible resolution of this case, either today or within 60 to 90 days.
And I was not aware that he had a felony case pending in common pleas court. However, that's a different matter, and we want to make sure that there is no further violence between these two individuals. Apparently, you're still going to be associated with him. So we want to make sure that that goes on, and if the treatment that he's undergoing is already ordered by the common pleas court, we would think it appropriate that this court monitor that as well with respect to this charge, at least for a period of time, until he's done what we feel is necessary to make sure that there aren't going to be any more domestic violence problems between these two people.
Your Honor, we'll do whatever we need to do to get this case dismissed. I say we just set it out 60 to 90 days. If the prosecutor's not willing to dismiss today, set it out 60 to 90 days and let it, maybe an agreement if nothing's happens till then.
What's the charge in common pleas?
It's an F4.
F4 OBI.
Possession.
OBI.
OBI. Okay. Well, it appears to me, I just read the affidavit, it appears to me that substance use issues are part of, and maybe the main reason that we're here on this charge today. So I think it is germane to this case. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I suspect from what I read in the affidavit, this wouldn't have happened but for him abusing a substance at the time this occurred.
Yes.
Okay. So I think it is important, and it sounds like maybe there will continue to be a relationship with this lady. And if there is, we need to fix the problem. So I think it is germane to this case and important that we keep monitoring, common pleas monitoring too. So
yes, Your Honor.
But if it's an OBI, usually those cases just don't go away with treatment, correct? I mean, that's not going to happen.
He's fine with that, Your Honor. He just makes the request that going forward that she not be required to be here because I guess she's missing work.
I'm fine with coming back whenever you need me to. Just don't
she's not going to be required to be here, but she's welcome to be here if you want to be, or you can appear by teleconference or just call in and give your input. We would like to have your input.
Okay.
We don't have to have your input, but it would be important to have your input, what your perceptions are. You can relay those to the prosecutor's office if you wish. You can talk to Mr. Schrader if you want to. There's no prohibition that you not talk with him or Mr. Blake. Now, I do think there was a protection order issued at one time. Are you wanting that dropped, ma'am? You want him to be able to come around you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. At your request, the protection order is dropped. But I think we're all on the same, I think we all want the same thing. We'd like to get him clean and sober, not have incidents like this happen in the future. You're going to be safe. He's not going to get charged with operating a vehicle intoxicated in the future. Those are the kind of, that's our goals.
Yes.
So I think we're all working toward the same thing. So let's set, say, in a month.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's your availability late February, Mr. Sheriff?
I'm good, Your Honor.
27th?
Yes.
February 27th?
February 27th.
For a pre-trial.
Thank you. Let us know if we can do anything, if you have any problems.
Actually, it's, was you, yeah. it's-
State of Ohio versus Brandon Coe, case number CRB 22777.
Mr. Stratton's case.
Your Honor, I think that we just need to set this out 60 days for a dismissal. There have been no problems, and I think the victim in the case is okay with that also.
We have spoken with the alleged victim in that, and she just wants there to be no contact. And there is a protection order. And we had spoken previously, Your Honor, about the fact that we can have the 90 days start at the last time we were in court, which I think was December 27th. So about 60 more days. And we would want the payment of court costs and for there to be no further problems.
Are there children in this?
So make sure we pay it next time.
Are there children between these two people?
Yes, two.
Okay. What's going on with that?
I get them on the weekends.
So that visitation is continuing?
What was it?
You're having visitation then?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So there's not a problem there?
No problem, no.
All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Hill, when did you want to come?
Well, about 60 days forward.
Okay. March 20th?
Yes, John.
March 20th will be the next hearing. There's a time waiver till then?
Yes. All right, we'll be dismissed there. All right.
State of Ohio versus Levi Schaefer, case number TRD 22-2675, A, B, and C. Did not check in, Your Honor.
It's Mr. Stratton's case as a pretrial, Levi Schaefer.
I'm not sure as 7 days, let me try to get a hold of it.
Be a warrant issued in 7 days for failure to appear.
State of Ohio versus Jason R. Smith, case number CRB 22784.
Mr. Kermeen's case.
Your Honor, discovery in this matter is ongoing. Could we reset this for February 27th?
Okay, with the time waiver.
For that time period, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Finisher Price case and hearing no objection from the state. February 27th for another pretrial at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's going to some preliminary.
State of Ohio versus John D. Meade, case number CRA 22329.
Mr. Morford's case, set for preliminary hearing.
Mr. Bradley?
They're back.
Mr. Meade, are you taking buprenorphine?
No, sir.
Probably needs to keep at it if they're going to keep allowing to stay.
You have a prescription for gabapentin?
No, sir.
Well, I think he needs to keep at it, and get a better report next time.
Yes, sir.
So gabapentin shouldn't be in your screens.
Correct.
February 17th.
Judge, I'm on a religious retreat for 3 days beginning that day.
How about, will you be back for the 21st? Court will be on the 21st of next week.
Yes, Judge, I'm here that day.
All right, February 21st will be the next hearing.
10 o'clock, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Tina Wells, case number CRA 21606, CRD 141276, CRD 13688, Item D.
It's Mr. Walker's case.
Yeah, she says she sent him a report.
Your Honor, my client indicates that Mahajan is to send a report to you today, or board today.
I don't have it.
She says she sent it here.
Okay, we'll check it. We'll recall it and read it. As of now, I do not have it.
Okay. Give it to me. Tell me she did.
State of Ohio versus Tara S. Napier, case number CRA 21422.
Okay. And Mr. Tyler Smith here. And I think what's happened here, Ms. Napier was out of pocket for quite a while.
Oh, that's
She's
right.
at Cabell County and Judge Ferguson's court now. Told me about that Monday. So I called Jennifer at Cabell County Probation. So she's now aware of the case here.
I spoke with her yesterday, sir.
Okay.
She actually told me to bring these papers into you to show you that I'm attending classes every Tuesday and I'm seeing a therapist over there, and they've got me set up for a DRC where I have to call my caller and randomly screen and
Group is it what?
mm,
Do you know what?
what?
Is it just the day report or is it?
Yes, DRC.
She's actually on, as I understand, it's bond, you're on bond. You're
I'm
not,
on bond and-
you haven't been sentenced or anything, you're on bond.
No, my probation is a stipulation of my bond.
Now, is that something that could get dismissed if you complete the treatment, or have they told you?
We were supposed to go back on the 6th and figure out where we was going with the case, and Ferguson was sick, so they canceled it and they're supposed to reschedule.
Who's your lawyer in Cabell County?
Conway,
Gwen?
yeah.
Okay.
So how do you, she's got a possession of heroin, I believe, here.
Right.
That's, a little old, but she's got obligations, and you are a West Virginia resident too, that you're taking care of with Judge Ferguson now.
Well, if the court is satisfied that all of that is going on, which I have no reason to doubt, but it might be that this goes back to May of 2021, almost 2 years ago. We would be okay with nulling this charge and letting them help her out.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we'll nolly this on the condition that you comply with what Cabell County has. When they say nolly, what that means is dismiss with the right to refile.
Okay.
So if you don't comply with what Cabell County orders you to do, then you'll
Face the charges of here too.
you could face the charges here again too. So I will communicate that to Cabell County Probation. So
So just one case number, I'm sorry.
yes, 21-423. Pretty good.
State of Ohio versus Shandon Pringle, case number CRA 22563, CRB 22564, CRB 2189, and CRB 22295. Not check in.
Your Honor, I spoke with Ray just a few minutes ago from Spectrum. Evidently, she's at the Linda Center. Maddie there at Spectrum had written down a date in February, didn't know that it was today until just now. I asked them to go ahead and fax down a report if they could. I don't think it's been received yet or not, I don't know. But hopefully they'll at least fax a report and maybe we can get another date to come in. Her last couple reports have been pretty good, so hopefully she's still in treatment, which is a good thing too.
Mr. Young?
If she's still in treatment, then we don't have, and we can get a report, we don't have a problem with continuing it on.
Yeah, she's currently in Linda Center, so.
Jones is waiting on the report now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we want to go ahead and pick a date then?
Sure.
Let's make it maybe 3 weeks.
That's fine, Your Honor.
The 10th of February.
I will be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Commission of Shears, case number CRB 22578.
Shears, is that hometown?
Yes.
Do we have a report from hometown?
I've got a lot of drug screen shows that look like they're negative. I don't see any report in her folder.
I don't have a report on me, but I can go grab one.
Yeah, I think we were looking for a report today. Can we get one? Okay, we'll recall it. She's going to get a report.
State of Ohio recalls Hobart Gearhart.
It's Mr. Morford's case.
Morford.
able to get a hold of Ms. Sykes?
She says that nothing's been paid. Now, Mr. Gerhart says he paid her husband or something, but we don't want there to be a problem between Mr. Gerhart and Mr. and Mrs. Seitz. If we had further proof that that had been paid, and that was towards that $500 and not for something else, we wouldn't have a problem with that being credited, but at this time, we've asked for the order to be $500.
We do not have a receipt, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, how do you want to proceed? Do you think, he's been coming back, if he wants to come back and try to get me some proof or talk, have Mr. Seitz verify it, I'll allow him to do that. If he doesn't, then I'm going to go ahead and order the 500.
I'm sure you're about as tired of seeing me as I am you, Your Honor.
I'm here regardless, it doesn't matter. If it's not you, it's going to be somebody else standing in front of me, so it doesn't matter.
It is what it is, just whatever you want to do.
We'll agree with 500 to be the restitution order, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, which case was that on?
I think it was the 21-778. 781.
And Your Honor, with respect to the cases which he has not been found guilty, we would enter pleas in no contest with the requisite stipulation of findings of fact for guilty.
Anything you want to say, Mr. Gerhart?
No, sir.
State have anything you want to add, any position on fines, costs, anything like that?
We don't take any position on fines or costs. I guess we've stated already what our recommendation would be otherwise.
60 days suspended.
2 years probation, order that during probation he not have any cattle. Unless he's able to come forth and convince the court that the situation's under control now, I don't know what that would be. But barring that, we would want it to be for the term of his probation, which is, we would ask for 2 years.
Anything further from the defendant?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 781. I'll impose a $50 fine. Order the cost be paid, 60 days in jail, suspended. Restitution of $500 to Tina Seitz.
Correct on the
April
Seitz, I'm sorry, April Seitz. 2 years of probation, no ownership of cattle during the term of his probation.
And the restitution is to be paid through the court, Your Honor?
Restitution, you pay it here. And that way there's a record that you paid it and that she's received it.
Okay.
Pay it to the clerk. Set a review hearing for June the 2nd.
That's
21-8-15.
That's 9/8.
And this,
Slow, Your Honor, there's too many screens there.
okay. Now we're at 21-8-15. Finding guilty, $50 fine. Court costs, 60 days suspended. June 2nd review hearing date.
Do you want probation, everything concurrent, or?
Yeah, 2 years concurrent, everything's concurrent.
That new case you want to review and allow?
You can just dismiss it. This is the extra screen you get. 2479. That was amended to physical control. There's already been guilty plea entered to that. What was the recommendation on that? It's a different type of case.
It seems to me that Mr. Gerhart was also doing some counseling.
Yeah, I'm going to
Is that still going on?
Yes.
So we wanted that to be part of it. Let's see here.
It was amended reads.
Yes, amended reads.
We would want that to be part of the disposition, and we don't take any other position on it, Your Honor.
Okay, on the physical control, impose a $200 fine on court costs, 30 days in jail suspended. Same review hearing date, June 2nd. We need to continue with the council amended reads.
The registration, Your Honor?
I'm sorry,
There's a big case of registration violation.
I'll dismiss it. Okay, try to keep these in some sort of chronological order. Let's do 22-342. I think that's the next one. Okay, $50 fine, court costs, 60 days in jail, 2 years probation, concurrent with the other cases. Review hearing June 2nd. $22,383. $50 fine, costs, 60 days suspended, 2 years probation, review hearing June 2nd. $22,804. Oh, skipped one, I guess. 22,477. Same sentence, $50 fine, costs, 60 days suspended, June 2nd review hearing. 22,764. $50 fine, cost, 60 days suspended, 2 years probation, June 2nd review hearing. The end is in sight.
Hallelujah.
Just 2 more. $22,804.
That's all they have up.
Same sentence. $50 fine, 60 days suspended, June 2nd review hearing. Finally, last case, 23-8. Same sentence. And I'd like to have that restitution paid by the June 2nd date.
I can do that, sir.
See Mr. Major in the probation office.
Your Honor, did the court make an order about the cattle?
I did. Several times. Triple, quadruple.
So I don't come back till June 2nd.
Please, don't come back till June 2nd. Unless you get cited in the court, then you have to come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, when you called for me, I was out there with Ms. Webb. She received a report on her fund from Mahajan. I was trying to get it forwarded to mine. Did you get it?
State of Ohio recalls Dina Wells, case number CRA 21606, CRB 141276, and PRD 13688, A and B.
Okay.
I never got it, but the court had it.
Okay, it says that basically she's compliant and they're continuing to recommend she receive services. Mr. Hill.
We're not opposed to that. That's a little bit of a change from what I believe, what we've had in the past, so hopefully she's heading in the right direction.
February 21st. Be the next one.
State of Ohio recalls Stanley D. Bennett Jr., case number CRA 2646, PRC 2016-22, A and B. Still has not checked in, Your Honor.
Judge asked if a warrant issues, it be held 7 days. I'll see what I can do.
All right, he's got 7 days before the warrant issue.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Raymond Brown, case number CRA 21-522, A and B, and TRC 21-1965, A and B.
Mr. Morpher's case.
You don't have copy today. You had copy.
This is on first offense, OBI and failure to control for sentencing. Correct.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
He pled guilty some time ago. The felonies have already been dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. He's apparently, I say apparently, the reason we dismissed him because of his success in treatment. And what we have here pending is for sentencing is the first offense OVI.
Any recommendation from the state?
We don't have any opposition to the minimums. He's already done extensive treatment, so if the court decided that it was appropriate to have that stand in lieu of the 3-day school, we don't oppose that.
Anything you want to say, Mr. Brown?
No, sir.
Or Mr. Moore?
No, Judge, I join in Mr. Hill's suggestions.
Okay. All right. Since you've done so well, normally on a refusal to take tests, I'll give $1,000 fine. But I'm going to give you $500 because you've done a lot of work since then. So hopefully you're a different person now than you were then. So saving you $500. $500 fine, court costs, 20 days, all suspended on the condition that you do 5 days community service, 2 years of probation. I won't require you to go to the 3-day treatment program because you've done extensive counseling. That's a lot more than what you would do at the 3-day program. You'll have a review hearing on August 21st, it'll be your first review hearing on this. What about insurance? Did you have insurance back then, or?
I was unable to get proof of it.
Okay. Why can't, the problem, two things with that. One, it'll cause you to get another suspension from the B&B. And two, I can't give you driving privileges without you showing me proof of insurance either. So if you decide you can find it, whose car were you driving at the time?
My aunt's.
Do you think she had insurance?
Yes, sir.
You can go, do you know if she had it locally, or where did she?
I assumed she had it locally.
And she won't cooperate with you, or what?
I've tried calling her, I was unable to reach her.
Well, maybe try a little harder, because it's pretty important stuff here.
Can you not buy her house? Because that's going to cost you dearly.
Yeah, I can't give you driving privileges, and you'll get another, because you're required to have proof of insurance in Ohio when you drive. And if you don't have it, and the officer checks the box, when that ticket hits the B&B, they're going to suspend you, not me. They're going to suspend you. I'm suspending you for the OBI.
Right.
But they're going to suspend you for that, and that's just another reinstatement fee and just digging the hole deeper to get out of. So, and it's a simple fix. You get the little card that says you have insurance.
Right.
Go by her aunt's house and speak with her and ask her who her
Yeah,
agent is.
impress upon her how important this is, and even if she doesn't have it, if she has a local agent, they can send something in that confirms that this vehicle was covered.
Okay.
It's going to cost
But you gotta do it today, here, or then you gotta deal with the B&B, and that's a lot harder.
No, you don't want
I think that's why we continued today, wasn't it, to try to give you a chance to get insurance?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
Okay, well. So you had like 3 weeks. This is really important stuff. Okay, see Mr. Major in the probation office. And, oh, and on the failure control, a $20 fine. You had a wreck. One car accident.
Your review here, is it? No, not ten. Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Get that, sure. 821. Thank you on this.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Akithia Lowry, case number TRC 22-1282, A, B, and C.
We're set for sentencing today, Your Honor. You should have received a letter from Andy Davis. She was originally scheduled for the 5th, so I think you received that on the 5th or 9th. It's a very good letter. Oh, you received it by text message, Your Honor.
Okay, today, you mean, or?
No, it was the last, where was that?
From Andy Davis.
Yeah, from Andy. It was received on January 9th. Was the 9th the scheduled day? Or was it the 5th? Anyway, I think it was the 9th was the day that she was supposed to be here, but she had to be at Nationwide Children's.
Unless, were you on it? Because,
Yes, it was,
okay.
yeah, it was the three of us.
Because I was gonna say, I've got one.
I guess I could resend it, maybe.
Is that the new one? Because I transferred myself to day one. Is that day one? Instead of stepping stones?
No, it's a stepping stone. It's dated 1/5. You got day one now?
Yes.
Okay.
They sent one yesterday. They faxed it in.
Okay, we didn't receive one. We just received this one.
Okay, it is a good report.
Yeah, and I can, it is, but you're at day one. I mean, that's the same.
Yes,
it's-
same. I just worked too much to go to.
Yeah. And I can attest to that. I've seen her at work, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the boys almost completed high school.
Okay, so are we ready to sentence, or you want to keep monitoring?
Guess that'd be up to the prosecutor.
Did you see it?
No, Your Honor. Was it sent to me?
No, I'm sorry, Philip. I didn't send it to you.
Okay, just send it to you.
Serving there. Okay.
Well, Your Honor, the next to last sentence, I guess, would cause us to want to continue to monitor her, that she's going to start taking her recovery more seriously. We want her to take it seriously. It sounds like she's made significant progress, so we don't want to make her think we don't think she's done anything, but we would ask to continue to monitor her situation for a little bit longer.
Yes, Your Honor.
February 21st? That's a Tuesday.
Yes, that's fine. February 21st. All right. Good to go.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
State of Ohio recalls Dylan Hyden, case number CRA 22473, PRC 222096 A and B.
It's Mr. Morpher's case.
This is just from like OVP.
Were you not here on that?
The record shows he was not here on January the 9th for preliminary hearing.
Do you have any proof?
I took a home test. I took a home test at my mom's. I'm like, I must have that with me. He can vouch for me.
Your Honor, the defendant relates that he had COVID diagnosed with a home test. He did not go anywhere to seek medical treatment. I don't have a medical provider letterhead or anything to give to the court. It was all done on, he has a relative, a father, I believe, here that could verify the result. And I have a report from OVP dated 1/16. Oh, that's 22.
Yeah.
Is that from this year?
Huh? Yeah, it's from this, yeah, that's like that.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Oh, here's 1/16/23. Okay. Oh, gotcha. What's his charge? Okay.
Thank you. Never explained that to the judge, the letter.
That's from OVP where he's in treatment.
Who's that in charge?
What?
So he's basically he's starting over. I think he went there previously at OVP and did the 28-day.
Yep.
And he's had some issues. He's missed some hearings in this court. I mean, this case has got a little age on it. This happened last summer. You were working at Fletcher Mining at the time?
Yes.
So I'm assuming you lost that job?
Well, actually, I go back Monday to take them those papers there to show them that I've been doing good and getting back on my feet.
Initially, he was at OVP in end of August, graduated in September, but then he failed to appear for a hearing on September the 19th. Then was back in September 26th. Failed to appear November 4th. Came in November 10th. Failed to appear January 9th. Anything inaccurate about that?
Do you disagree?
And he's got an OBI still pending from July 13, 2022 with a urine screen.
If we had a minute to go get the files, that might help us.
Okay, let's do that.
What's his name, Your Honor?
His name is Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, Hyden, H-Y-D-E-N. Yeah, he was last on the docket January 9th. Didn't appear. So recall. Okay, we're going to go to jail and do our teleconference hearings now.
State of Ohio versus Aaron C. Atkins, case number CRA 2356, A, B, and C. Jessica Frank is on deck.
Okay, we've got Aaron Atkins. All right, Mr. Atkins, you know I'm Judge Capper at Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is your arraignment hearing. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you do make statements, they can be used against you. You have a right to bond, to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand all those things?
Yeah.
Your charges were faxed to the jail at 10:20 a.m. this morning. So the most serious one is this attempted murder charge. It's a felony of the first degree. It alleges that at Perry Township on January the 17th, you purposely, knowingly, with sufficient culpability for the commission of a murder offense, engaged in conduct that, if successful, would have constituted murder or aggravated murder. So this is attempted aggravated murder. It's a felony 1, maximum penalty 10 years in jail, $20,000 fine. Second charge is aggravated arson. It alleges that at Perry Township, January 17th, by means of fire or explosion, you knowingly created a substantial risk of serious physical harm to any other person by setting fire. That's aggravated arson, also felony 1, maximum penalty 10 years in jail, $20,000 fine. 56C alleges aggravated arson charge. Same time and place, that you knowingly cause physical harm to a structure by fire or explosion. Aggravated arson is a felony 2, maximum penalty 8 years in jail and a $15,000 fine. Do you understand these charges, Mr. Atkins?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to appoint Roger Smith to represent you. Taking it that he came in the jail on Tuesday, the 17th.
I believe so, Your Honor.
So we could do it on next Friday, the 27th.
I'm available.
You're here?
I'm here.
Your preliminary hearing is going to be January 27th at 10 a.m. What kind of bond is the state asking for?
Your Honor, this is alleged crimes of the most serious kind, almost, the worst it can get. And so we believe it's necessary to have a high bond in this case. We're asking for $500,000 cash or surety.
I'll set bond at $500,000 cash or surety.
Mr. Atkins, I'll come to the jail and see you, okay?
All right.
All right.
That's all.
State of Ohio versus Jessica B. Frank, case number CRA 2333 and CRA 2326. Ronnie Gillespie is on deck.
All right, Jessica Frank is Mr. Morford's client.
How you doing?
How are you, Ms. Frank? This is set for pretrial and preliminary hearings today. How do you wish to proceed?
Do you not have an extradition request from Cabell County, Judge?
I do. That's the 2333. It's grand larceny.
She's going to waive extradition.
The state's going to agree that she can go there.
Well, we want to make some conditions on it. First of all, the court previously set a $250,000 cash or surety bond on that portion, just the extradition. So we want that to stay in place. And we would want to give, even though it's local, it's close by, we want to make sure that we gave adequate time for West Virginia to come and get her. So we would ask for 10 days And then we would also ask for a hearing next Friday, so 7 days, to make sure that they've come to get her. And we're going to nolly the Ohio charges to the grand jury.
Okay, so 2326 is nollied to the grand jury in Lawrence County. (2333), she is waiving her right to extradition hearing and agreeing to return to Cabot County, West Virginia.
Yes, Your Honor.
And bond, can she post the bond?
No, she, as far as I know, she doesn't have any money, Judge.
Okay.
Is there any kind of bond that you can afford now, Ms. Frank?
To go to West Virginia, I have to post bond.
Yes.
I got, my family told me they have $1,200.
Okay, we'll fax down a waiver of extradition for you to sign, which means, I want to make a clear record. You have a right to have a hearing in this court just to determine you are the Jessica Frank being sought in Cabot County, and that I should order you to go to that jurisdiction. You're agreeing to waive that hearing and agree that Cabot County can come pick you up and take you to their jurisdiction. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, to go there.
Okay. Yes. That's what you want to do. You want to agree to go back to West Virginia.
Yeah, I want to take care of the problem. I didn't do nothing wrong, Your Honor.
Okay, don't talk about the fact. Ms. Frank, do not talk about anything about facts, because you're on the record, and anything you say can be used against you here as well as in West Virginia. So just stay with what the judge asked you.
Yeah, that'll be up for the court in West Virginia to decide what you did or didn't do in West Virginia, not for this court. My whole issue is, should I make you go to West Virginia? And you're telling me, in effect, Judge, I agree to go to West Virginia. You don't have to have a hearing about it. I'll go there. Is that right? I couldn't hear what you said.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give them 10 days to pick you up. It usually only takes 2 or 3 days when they're right next door. But I'm going to put it back on my docket just to make sure nothing gets messed up. The jail should go ahead and notify them that she's available immediately to pick up. So put it on my docket for a pretrial on the 27th. And we'll just make sure you should be gone to Cabot County by then.
So am I going to have to come back to your court on the 27th?
No. Hopefully not. If you do, it'll be like this. You'll be on a television screen, and I'll just say, why is she still here? She should already be over in West Virginia. I'd say there's a 99% chance that won't happen, but occasionally mistakes happen. So I don't want you sitting in the back of the jail in Cabot County or somebody forgot to come get you. So you should be in West Virginia in 2 or 3 days, I would say, at most.
Okay. Do I have to put bond to go to West Virginia?
You do not. You do not.
No.
If you can post the bond, then I'll tell you, your lawyer's telling me you can't post the bond. If you can post it, then I'll order you to go turn yourself in West Virginia after you post the bond.
And how much is that bond? $250,000.
$250,000.
There's no way you can give me a bond reduction. My twins' birthday is on the 24th. They'll be 2 years old.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but these are very serious charges, so I need to guarantee your appearance. I think that's necessary.
Okay.
Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Ronnie Gillespie Jr., case number CRA 2353, and Olivia Gelpin is on there.
Sir, are you Ronnie E. Gillespie Jr.?
Yes, sir.
I'm Judge Capper at Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is your arraignment hearing, and you're appearing in the court in Chesapeake by teleconference. So you're on a screen in the courtroom, everybody can see you, and it's all being recorded. What you say and your image is all going down on the record. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you choose to make statements, prosecutor's sitting right here. If you say, yeah, I did that, he can use that against you. So that's your right to remain silent. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove, I think it's just one charge. You have a right to make the state prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those things?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go over the charge with you. This complaint was faxed to the jail at 9:40 a.m. this morning, so you should either have it or it's there for you to get. It's a burglary. You have it? It's a burglary complaint. It alleges that on January the 18th of 2023 in Union Township, you, by force, stealth, or deception, trespassed in an occupied structure with the purpose to commit a criminal offense in that structure. So that's a really long way of saying burglary. That's what you're charged with. It's a felony of the 3rd degree, which carries a maximum penalty of 5 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the rights I explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
I do not have the money to buy a lawyer.
Or hire, we prefer hire, don't we, lawyers?
I'm sorry, hire. Sir, did I say anything?
Well, wait a minute. Let me caution you. You can say stuff, but I've got lawyers sitting here. I think they would agree with me. The smart thing to do is wait and talk to your lawyer because you have attorney-client privilege with your lawyer. Nothing you say to your lawyer can be used against you. I don't know what you're going to say. You blurt something out here that's really bad for your case, that can be used against you.
Well, it's just, I was approached by the guy. I didn't know it was in somebody's house.
What did I wait a minute, Mr. Gillespie, let me go over that again with you because I don't think you're getting the message. The smart thing to do is I'm going to give you a lawyer, probably, talk to the lawyer. And then if it's really important like today, he's burning, Judge, you got to know this today. The lawyer's going to come to me and say, Judge, you got to know this today, I got to tell you. But if it's not something like that and you blurt out something that's really harmful to your case, once you said it, it's out there.
All right.
Okay, so let's do the smart thing and wait and talk to your lawyer.
All right, I will, sir.
Okay, I'm going to appoint Mr. Steyer to represent you.
Okay, thank you.
Did I give him some good advice, Mr. Steyer?
You did, Your Honor, thank you. And sir, it is important that you not speak on the record at this point. I will contact you, we'll talk to one another, and then at that point, we can decide what needs to be put onto the record.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Steyer is going to be your lawyer, and we need to set another hearing date. So that this is one we can do on the 27th also. Are you available then?
1 second, I'm available and on the docket already.
Okay, your hearing, next hearing in this court is going to be February 27th. I'm sorry, January 27th. January 27th. It's a preliminary hearing at 10 o'clock. What's the state's position on bond?
State would ask for a $50,000 cash or surety bond.
Okay, I'm going to set at $50,000 cash or surety at this point, and Mr. Steyer can talk to you about that.
May I just ask him if there's is there a cash or, is there an amount of bond you could come up with?
No, sir. I've never been in trouble in my life.
Okay, well that's enough. Yes or no question. Is there an amount you can come up with? Okay.
I'm not gonna try.
In that case, then, Your Honor, we're going to just reserve the issue bond to readdress later and ask that the case be set within the time frame.
Okay, his preliminary hearing is going to be January 27th. His bond's $50,000 cash or surety. If you do make bond for some reason, you got to be at the court in Chesapeake on January 27th at 10 a.m. for your next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Olivia Gilpin, case number CRB 2355, and Austin Hawthorne is on deck.
Olivia Gilpin should be next. Ma'am, are you Olivia Gilpin? Can you hear me okay, Ms. Gilpin?
Yes, sir.
I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. This is your arraignment hearing. Before we proceed, I want to explain your rights. These are all things I'm sure you've heard before if you've watched any crime shows. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to make statements, but what you say can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail, to make the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir.
Your charges were faxed to the jail at 9:50 a.m. You should have them, or you have a copy of your charge?
Yes.
It's a domestic violence complaint. It alleges that you, at Fayette Township, on January the 19th, did knowingly cause or try to cause physical harm to Christopher Ferris, and that Christopher is either a member of your family or a member of your household. So that's domestic violence. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, I do.
And you understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can enter one of three pleas: guilty, not guilty, no contest. Which one of those do you want to enter?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Sure.
Are you working?
No.
You have no income.
Zero income.
All right, Mr. Stratton, I'll appoint you to represent Ms. Gilpin. Your lawyer's here in the courtroom. Mr. Stratton is going to represent you. What's the state's position on bond?
Your Honor, we have heard from the alleged victim in this matter. He does want a protection order, number one.
Does want.
He does. And also, we've found out that Ms. Gilpin is on community control. So I don't know whether there's a holder on her.
Please, or?
Yes.
They said they were going to when I talked to them this morning.
So they are going to place a holder on her, but we would ask for a $5,000 cash surety bond in addition.
Your Honor, I think cash surety is mute. I think if she's being supervised by common pleas, let common pleas decide whether or not that she should get out or not.
Well, let me ask this. Do you have a place to stay other than with Christopher Ferris?
Yes, sir.
Where would that be?
My sister-in-law's, Ashley Young.
Where does Ashley live?
It's in Huntington, West Virginia. Does it have to be in Ohio?
Well, we'd prefer that.
I don't really know anybody in Ohio. I speak to myself out of the house.
So this County Road 59 address is Mr. Ferris's address.
Yes. Well, it's our address. We've lived there ever since we bought it.
Okay.
We've been together 12 years now.
Your Honor, I think we'll have this case probably resolved prior to, if they say they're going to put a holder on her anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I'm going to let you sign a signature bond, but it probably doesn't mean anything, because apparently you've got something going on in common pleas court, and they're going to put I'm told, they're putting a holder on you, which means they're not letting you out of jail, common pleas, not me. But if you do get out, you got to stay away from Christopher.
Right.
You can't go around him. So I'm doing a protection order, that's what that says. That you will not go around him, contact him, you won't post stuff about him,
Right.
okay?
Yes, sir.
But it's probably you're probably not gonna have a chance, because it sounds like you're gonna be sitting in jail anyway because of the common police case.
Well, they came down here earlier and I spoke with them and.
So they're aware that you are in jail.
Yeah, I've already spoken with them. They just said, we'll see how this goes, and then once we figure out how this court hearing goes, then they'll know what they're gonna do from there, so.
Who's your lawyer in common pleas? You have a lawyer in common pleas?
No.
It just sounds like probation came down and talked to her. She didn't have a probable
Case is
cause.
already concluded.
Yeah, probation.
Well, we probably should come back pretty quick then if she's gonna be sitting in jail.
Yes.
27th?
Good.
So you're not giving her an bond?
Well, she's not gonna be able to get out. I've been told common pleas is gonna hold her. So I am giving her,
Please,
yeah,
what, is that the probation?
yes.
Oh,
So that's not me. Now that's between you and your probation officer in common pleas, but apparently they're putting a holder on you. They want you to stay in jail. That's what I was told. So pre-trial, January 27th, 10 o'clock, Mr. Stratton's the lawyer. Not going
Yes.
to plead in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want a phone number or anything from her, just in case?
Yeah, she has.
Do you have a phone where you can be reached in case something happens and you do get out of jail?
yes, 740 861 3763.
All right. Thank you.
January 27th is the next hearing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
There's a couple of places you have not filled out yet, but we'll talk about it.
Yes.
And residence issue.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Austin T. Hawthorne, case number CRA 2357, CRB 2358, CRB 2893, CRB 2843, CRB 19393, TRC 191305 A and B. Bobby Lucci is on deck.
All right, and this is Austin Hawthorne. And a copy of you got new charges, Mr. Hawthorne, that were faxed to the jail at 10:36 a.m. this morning. Possession of drugs. That's case number 2357. It alleges that at Perry Township, January the 18th, you knowingly were in possession of methamphetamine, Schedule II substance. It's a felony of the fifth degree. Maximum penalty, a year in jail, $2,500 fine. Then 58, case number CRB 58, alleges same time and place you were knowingly in possession of 5 hypodermic syringes. That's a second degree misdemeanor possession of drug abuse instruments. Maximum penalty is 90 days in jail, $750 fine. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
And you understand your rights. I've explained them to you many times before, but I gotta do it again. You have a right to remain silent. Whatever you say can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford it. And you have a right to bail to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Then, so those are the new charges. And you got old charges. You missed a hearing. You were doing so good, but you missed a hearing last fall. October 17th, you failed to come to a review hearing and have been out on the lam, so to speak, since then, with a warrant.
Actually, I went out of state to try to, get away for a minute, and it was, the same thing. I'm actually supposed to be going back to treatment in Kentucky sometime this week. I'm still kind of far from, but I'm still in college. That's just going for me, but Yeah, obviously I've been doing very good.
Mr. Morford, you want to represent? Sure. Okay, I'm going to appoint Mr. Morford to represent you, Mr. Hawthorne, on everything before the court, including your felony possession charges. And let's see. I thought maybe some of these other old cases were felonies, but it looks like they're all misdemeanors.
Yeah, I've never had a felony.
What's the state's position on bond?
I know he's got a lot of old cases. I don't have any of that in front of me. I don't know whether there are things that have yet to be disposed of, or he's on probation, maybe has some obligations that he's supposed to be taking care of.
I don't typically run.
I think they're all old cases that he pled on. He just hadn't, he didn't count. He was going to treatment. He was there for a while. He was doing good. And then he bugged out in the fall, and we haven't seen him since.
So I think that at this time, we would, if he were going to get out of jail on an OR bond, we would want it accompanied by his admission into a substance abuse program, preferably residential.
And an ankle monitor. Probably an ankle monitor.
Yes.
Are you interested in going to treatment, Mr. Hawthorne?
I'm in the process of getting back into treatment. I'm trying to get in somewhere local, not local this time, because that doesn't work out for me very well.
Well, it has to be a place that would be approved by the court.
Right.
So I think they'd probably prefer a local.
Or maybe Star. Maybe he needs to go to Star. I don't know.
That was the next thing I was going to say, that we don't want to be bound by anything today as far as our commitment to leaving the case here.
The only thing that I worry about is my schooling. I got some courses that are due by Sunday. That's the only thing I'm really not worried about.
Well, that's important, but right now, that's not the number one priority. You got a felony possession of methamphetamine charge.
Well, while you're deciding what you want to do you have a telephone number, sir, I can reach you at?
Yes, sir. It's 740-861-4155.
Thank you.
Well, it seems to me like the last time you were treating with me or for me, you were at Mended Reeds. Is that right? I know at one time, and then you went to Hometown.
Yes, I was, just pretty much through this time, I went from huge injury to, like,
Well, I know you were at Mended Reeds at one time,
yes,
and at Hometown Recovery.
yes. I completed 10th Street.
Well, I think maybe he's right about getting out of town. How about the counseling center?
Okay.
Have you ever been to the counseling center?
Hughes is part of the counseling center, and I actually really like that program.
Well, I don't know if they have a bed, but contact Mr. Davis. You send him a copy of your charge. That'll have your identification information. He can look you up and see if they're willing to take it.
Oh, he knows me.
Okay, he's usually pretty good about responding, so I sent him a copy of your charge and a request to see if he'll take you, and we'll find out and get back to you. So we'll recall later in the month.
Next hearing in court is State of Ohio versus recalls Dylan Hyden, case number CRA 22473, PRC 222096A and B. Bobby Lucci is next at the Lawrence County Jail with Marcelo Miguel on deck.
Were you able to get your file, Mr. Hill, on Mr.
Yes.
Hyden? You have a urine screen result? He had a urine screen on his OBI.
I did see, I'm sorry, yes.
I didn't know if we ever got those results.
Well, it may be that we never asked for them, but we certainly can. I just need somebody to help me do that, and nobody's in the room with me right now. But if we could have it recalled again, I'll...
I think it might be interesting to know what he screamed for.
Well, yeah, we'd like to maybe try to resolve this today, if
Okay.
possible.
When do you have to be in Portsmouth?
2 o'clock.
Oh, well,
I was actually supposed to be there at 1:15, but I had my office call Judge Coon's office and tell him they've got a 23 defendant case, Judge, that involves organized crime and drugs.
well, you don't want to make those kind of people wait. So why don't we just reschedule this and try to get Mr. Hyde to come to court when he's supposed to come to court?
I will be there, I swear.
Listen.
I will. I promise you I will be here.
Well, you haven't done a very good job so far.
I apologize for that.
We schedule all this stuff. The prosecutor
I gotta get
they didn't even have your file today because you weren't on the docket. You just waltzed in because you got a warrant for missing. So that's something else you need to address. You know, you got to do what you say you're going to do, and do it when you say you're going to do it. So you got to be in court when you're ordered to. You have a felony, so at some point you're just going to say send him to the grand jury, and you can go down to the common police court, and you have a risk then of going to prison. I mean, you have treated this very lightly. You haven't taken this seriously. So that's got to stop, or I'm just going to say, enough. Send him on to the grand jury. That means you get an indictment. You have a felony on your record. You go in front of the common police judge, where you have about a 50-50 chance of going to prison. Or STAR. Do you know about STAR?
Yep.
It's lockdown treatment.
It is. My uncle went through it, and
Yeah.
it changed the man, it did.
Well, maybe that's what you need, but it's you have a chance to do a lot, get treatment where your liberty is not nearly as deprived as it would be if you go to STAR. You got somebody basically standing over you 24/7, and you cannot leave. You can't do what you want to do. You go to treatment someplace else, you got a lot of free time where you can do what you want to do, within reason, as long as it's not getting high. You go to STAR, there's going to be somebody standing over you telling you what to do all the time. In prison, in my opinion, that pretty much means they've given up on you. Now, they'll say they're going to give you rehab there, but you're going to be there with some really nasty folks. Not a good place to go. So start taking this seriously. Show me you're taking it seriously. Be here when you're supposed to be. Go to your appointments when you're supposed to. Get good reports. And maybe you'll get a good, ultimately, what we want you to do is get clean, have a good life. You had a chance at a good job. and you can make that work, but you're gonna have to start doing some stuff you're not doing right now. Okay? Absolutely. When do we want to come back, Mr. Morford?
2-3 weeks, Judge, and
Yeah, we don't want to go any further than that. How about the 3rd of February? That's 2 weeks.
I'm here.
February 3rd is the next hearing, and by then, the state will have their urine screen results back on the ODI, so we'll know what you screened for. Don't let me down, I want to see you here.
He is serious.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, could I approach?
The health has reminded me you got somebody on the jail list today, Mr. Morford, too.
Roderick Shannon.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we can try to get them at next.
Okay. State of Ohio versus Bobby Lucci, case number CRA 2334, CRA 2327, and the change in on deck, this on deck is CRA 2331, Roderick Shannon.
All right, Bobby Lucci is Mr. Stiers' case. This is one of the companions with Shannon.
Your Honor, this matter is up for a preliminary hearing on a matter that I believe the state intends to knowledge of the grand jury, as well as an extradition to West Virginia. I contacted Mr. Lucci at the jail earlier today and spoke to him. He is willing to waive his extradition to West Virginia, but asks that the state, that West Virginia be given 5 days to come get him.
Okay, well, I'm probably not going to do that. Mr. Hill, what?
Well, Your Honor, we asked for and received a $250,000 cash or surety bond on the extradition part previously, so we're going to ask that that stand. We are going to nollie the Ohio charge to the grand jury, and we would ask that West Virginia have 10 days to come and pick up Mr. Lucci, and we would ask for a review of that brought back to court next Friday, 7 days, so that we can make sure that they actually, I believe they'll come well before, but there's always that chance that there could be a slip up. But, so we'd like to come back and make sure that he's gone a week from today.
Okay, Mr. Lucci, do you understand what's going on here? Your lawyer says you want to agree to go to West Virginia, and you're going to waive what's called an extradition hearing, which is a hearing for me to determine if West Virginia has good cause to make you come to their jurisdiction. You're agreeing we don't need to have a hearing on that. Is that correct?
I'm agreeing to get sent to West Virginia.
Okay, that's what's going to happen. So
Okay.
there will be a waiver of extradition form sent down to the jail that you'll need to sign. I'm going to put you on my docket for January 27th. You should already be in Western Regional Jail by then. If you're still, if I see you on the screen next Friday, that means, usually it means somebody didn't communicate. Somebody didn't talk to somebody that should have, whatever. So I'd say 99% chance you'll be in West Virginia by next Friday. If not, I'll see you just like I'm seeing you today. We'll find out what went wrong. 2327 is knowledge of the grand jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Roderick D. Shannon, case number CRA 2331, and Marcelo Miguel is on deck.
Okay, Roderick Shannon. And this is the Belmont County case.
I just tried to call him on the phone, Judge, and they didn't have him out in time.
All right, so Mr. Shannon has, I think it's like disturbing the peace or something like that, but it's in Belmont County, and they have a warrant for him.
13 years.
And they have for failure to appear. Anyway, this is a Rule 4 hearing. How do you want to proceed on it, Mr. Morford?
Mr. Roderick, do you want to agree to go back to Belmont County?
What I gotta go to Belmont?
Well, you have charges there to answer to. Failure to appear, was it, Judge? And a failure to appear charge out of Belmont County, and they've issued a warrant for your arrest and asking this court to send you there. Are you willing to go back there, or do you want them to come here and have a hearing and establish who you are and that you're the one wanted in Belmont County?
Who am I talking to?
This is Butch Morford, your attorney, sir. I just tried to call you on the telephone, but they didn't get you there in time.
So what would be the best thing to do?
Judge, can I go call him? I think I should call him.
We'll let you talk to your lawyer, and then we'll recall you.
Ask the deputies to take you over to the telephone.
Ask who?
The deputies.
Hey, the deputy.
Yeah, it's telling me that I'm gonna call you.
He says my lawyer's gonna call me.
Thank you.
He said he's calling that. He's gonna call now. But still, does I still come back and talk to the judge?
Yes, later.
State of Ohio versus Marcelo Miguel, case number CRA 2321, CRA 2332. Agnes Sexton is on deck.
I'll wait until he gets his headphones on.
It's Mr. Stratton's case.
Your Honor, I understand that the prosecution is going to dismiss the receiving stolen property. He has extradition out of West Virginia also with the $250,000 bond. He's going to waive that.
Is that correct, Mr. Miguel? You wish to waive an extradition hearing and agree to go to West Virginia? Okay, I'm going to accept your waiver. We'll send down a waiver form for you to sign, and your case here is dismissed to the grand jury. You're welcome.
Thanks.
And I'll reset his hearing for January 27th, just to make sure he did get picked up and isn't sitting in the back of the jail wondering what happened to West Virginia.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Agnes Sexton, case numbers CRB 2349A and B, and CRB 22740. Jermaine Smith is on deck.
Good afternoon, and this is Agnes Sexton, and Mr. Steyer, your lawyer, is here in court today.
Your Honor, I spoke to Ms. Sexton. Well, first off, I'm not clear. Has she been arraigned on the more recent charge?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't clear if she'd been arraigned or not. Okay. I've spoken to Ms. Sexton. She is, my understanding from the state is interested in having her assessed for substance abuse treatment, which she is willing to do. Beyond that, I'm going to seek that an OR bond be granted. The domestic violence is from back in November, and I don't think a protective order was entered in that, and she has remained in the home with the alleged victim, and I don't think there's been further problems that have involved of that nature. So we'd ask that she be released on an OR bond and directed to go to a substance abuse assessment. Where do you live physically in the county?
I live on Oak County Road 3, but it's 852 County Road, it's 852 County Road 3, it's down by the Bradford River.
Okay, so I'm not aware of any, I don't know the Okay, I don't know the geography of the county well enough to know where that, like if there's a provider that's particularly convenient to that area.
Chesapeake is closest to Chesapeake.
So Riverside we would ask that she be referred to Riverside Recovery.
Have you been to treatment before?
Not conventional, I have been out
Well, I think the issue was getting her there, and because she had a warrant outstanding from before, for not appearing. So that's my concern, is how do we make sure she goes? That solves it.
We'd want her to be escorted there by, if she's going to treatment, to be taken there.
You want her inpatient?
I think, I mean, the facts of this, if they're true, I think indicate the necessity for that.
Well, Your Honor, I think the question of whether an inpatient treatment is necessary is a matter of professional determination that neither Mr. Hilton nor I is licensed to make. So rather than practice a profession without a license, I would suggest that the assessment be ordered with the understanding that if inpatient is determined to be necessary by the proper parties, that she would be required to undertake inpatient treatment.
That's what I meant.
I was going to say, Your Honor, we had actually talked to her during her last hearing over the phone. I had a representative call her. We were going to place her in outpatient treatment, just given the circumstances, so that's what we're moving with.
Okay, well, we'll try outpatient,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pepper.
but you have to do it, you have to go, and if you don't, then you're gonna have to go to inpatient next time or worse.
And
Okay,
we're going to get a new court date, and it's very important that you appear that day.
okay, and then,
Well, that's going to be up to the judge.
I haven't picked it yet.
okay.
Is there any reason you can't come to court?
No, sir, but could you make it about like next Friday instead of Monday, that way it gives me time for them to get me in?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it probably longer than that.
I was going to ask for a little longer than that, just to give her a chance to get
Yeah,
acclimated.
There's not a day of the week where you can't come to court.
no, sir.
Okay, let's make it then 2 weeks, so that's February 3rd.
I'm available that day, Your Honor.
February 3rd, you come to court, and I'm gonna get a report from Riverside if you're doing what you're supposed to.
So you want me to report the Riverside for like the evaluation, basically?
Yeah, immediately.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be feasible by the time you'd be released today for you to do that, but I bet you could get in there on Monday.
okay, all right.
Do you have a number for her?
I can call Joe.
Well, I mean, Mr. Steyer, do you need a number for her?
I don't
Give
know.
me my phone number.
Hang on just a second. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I have two valid phone numbers. I have 937.
Is that an area code?
Yeah, it's the area code.
Okay.
661-8306. And then my significant other's phone number is Michael Pope. It is 740-274-3473.
1 second. I got the first one. I didn't get the second one quite yet. 740?
Yes, sir. 274-3473.
Okay. I have both those numbers in my phone now. So please contact me when you get loose, okay?
Okay, all right. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
You said 2 weeks. You said 2 weeks.
February 3rd.
All right, thank you.
I would like to say something so that she knows what our feeling about this is. We've got Alexandria and Michael both that, you got to make sure that we don't have any more problems, because we've still got a domestic violence charge, even though back then they didn't want a protection order. We still have to be concerned that there's not going to be any more outbursts like this. She needs to get into treatment, be serious about it.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, how much is
Yes, sir.
the cash and surety changed to an OR account?
2,000.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a lovely weekend. Bye-bye.
State of Ohio versus Jermaine Smith and Roderick Shannon will be on deck.
Who are you? They're gonna take them to council. I'll see that one. Andy, text you back. That's fine. All right, sir, you Jermaine Lee Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, I'm Judge Capper, Orange County Municipal Court. This is your arraignment hearing. Before I start that, I want to explain your rights to you. You have a right to remain silent. If you make statements, they can be used against you. You don't have to make any statements. You have a right to an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes.
The other thing I think you need to know right off the bat before I tell you about your charges, I have a fax in the file signed by Stephanie S. Taylor, Assistant United States Attorney, United States Department of Justice, Southern District of West Virginia, with a detainer against unsentenced prisoner. Basically, they're asking that you be held for the United States government on some sort of charge that they have in U.S. District Court in West Virginia involved in it.
Right.
Now, the charge is here. The charge here alleges that on January the 18th at 3:53 a.m. in Perry Township, you were driving at 78 miles an hour in a 55 zone. That's a speeding offense, maximum penalty is $150 a fine, minor misdemeanor. Also alleging that you were under the influence of either alcohol or drugs, and that you refused to take tests. So that is a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. The minimum penalty is 3 days in treatment, $375 fine, 6-month license suspension. Do you understand those two charges?
Yeah.
How do you wish to plead to the charges here in Ohio?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
Yes.
You have a job?
No, not at the moment.
Mr. Stratton, I'll appoint you. Yes, sir. Mr. Stratton is going to be your lawyer. He's here. Jermaine Lee Smith is the defendant's name. It's kind of academic what I do on bond because he's got a detainer from district court.
So how long do they got to come get me?
So when we get finished with you, they're going to wait till we're finished.
Well, if he were to get an OR bond from this court, would that, in the federal system's eyes, free him to be taken by them?
I would think so. We'd have to notify him that he's free, and then they can come pick him up.
So we would.
So would I get an OR bond?
Sir, just hold on a second.
We'd want to have a cash or surety bond to complete this case before he would be free to go.
We can set it pretty soon, Your Honor. That way we can.
So you initially want cash or surety, and then if you want to contact, this is from the U.S. Attorney's Office. So I'm assuming that he has a case pending there, or about to be pending.
I thought you said something about sentencing on that.
They've got, there's a case number on here, which I assume is their case number, because it doesn't look like ours. 3:22-CR211. And there's a telephone number. It asks if any change in his custody, please contact their office. So.
I've got a way to speed things up for Mr. Smith.
Okay.
He's been in jail for 2 days. If he did one more day, he pled guilty to the OVI. The only other penalty that we would ask for would be what's required under the law for a first offense, 6-month driver's license suspension, a fine, and whatever else the court, of course, thought was necessary. But if he served another day, that would free him up to go with federal authorities, just a thought.
Your Honor, I think we just need to reset it. We're getting late in the day.
He says he's not taking it, so. Okay, not guilty plea is entered. And we've got Columbus address. What's
So if I look at an OR bond, would that, speed up the process of things, so they can come and get me? Or how can I handle that? I'm not sure that part out.
Your Honor, let's
Like,
just,
I'm on a charge, I don't know what's going on right now.
let's set it for Monday, if that's okay with the court.
At this point, I'm gonna set bond at 5,000 cash or surety. And then maybe your office can contact the U.S. Attorney's Office and see what their position is. If he gets an OR, if they would come pick him up then, how they would want to proceed, even if his case is pending. Mr. Stratton is the attorney, not guilty plea is entered. Next hearing, and you're here.
No, not Monday, Your Honor.
Can't do it Monday?
Can't do it Monday.
Okay.
Sorry about that. The 27th we can, I think.
I'll set it for January 27th. Do you think you can post the bond, Mr. Smith?
I can't post the bond at all, sir. That's why I was asking for an OR. I just came to the court for a whole year straight. And never missed, so I don't know.
Well, at this point, I don't think I can let you out even if I want to, because you've got a holder from the United States government.
Yes.
Right, that's cool. That's why I was trying to, if you would let me go that way, then they can come get me. I can't do that.
Well, we'll have Mr. Heel look into that, see if that's the case. And I may change it. If that's what the U.S. Attorney wants, I'll be happy to do that. If they want to know our bond so they can come and get him, I can do that at any time.
The only thing is, it wouldn't allow us to resolve this case, but.
Well, he would still have the obligation here. If they come and pick him up, maybe they would bring him back if he has a hearing.
And there's information, contact information in there.
There is.
State of Ohio versus Roderick Shannon on recall CRA 2331. Roderick Shannon.
And this is Mr. Morfer's case, but he had to go to Scioto County. Mr. Smith standing up.
Yes, Judge.
I understand he's going to agree to go.
Did Mr. Morford speak with you? You're going to waive extradition to Belmont County, is that correct?
Yeah, but how long they got to come and get me?
Well, the judge hadn't decided yet, but first order of business is you are going to waive extradition, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what my lawyer said.
Okay. Where's Belmont? Is Belmont your Wheeling? Belmont County, is that your Wheeling?
Yeah, it's like that way.
I think how long it would take me to get here?
I'll give him a week.
Okay.
What is that?
I'm giving them 7 days.
7 days?
Hopefully it won't take that long.
And what if they don't take you for 7 days, what happens?
I'll probably just cut you loose.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean the warrant hadn't gone away. There'll still be a warrant out there, so you need to get this taken care of. Or say, here's the other option. We talked about this, was it Monday? You wandered over here from West Virginia. You should have stayed in West Virginia because it's a misdemeanor warrant and it's only good in Ohio. It's not good in West Virginia. So, yeah.
My car broke down.
Well, it didn't float across the river, did it? It got over here somehow. I think you said you were with friends.
Yeah,
You never have friends from Ohio.
At least until he gets that Belmont.
Until you get a warrant, then you can. Then you're allowed to come over.
State of Ohio recalls Austin Hawthorne. Case numbers CRA 2357, CRB 2358, and others.
You're done. And you're standing up with him too.
I am, Judge. I think
He's going to the
counseling.
counseling.
Yes. That's what Mr. Morford said. He'd agreed to do that. And I guess they're willing to take him.
Yes.
Is that goes back to monitoring room?
Well, that ain't gonna happen, is it?
Which didn't tell me one way or the other on that part.
They got it.
Okay, I can get you into the counseling center. Can you hear me? The question on the floor is with or without ankle monitor.
Well, we'll just take it to the grand jury if he runs. So,
We don't need an ankle monitor then.
yeah, well, and, you know, he's never been to the grand jury before. I looked to see if he had any common police cases, and everything he's had has been here. There's been a whole lot of it, but it's all been here. So that's the challenge we would put up to him, is do it or go to the big court.
Okay.
If you look at my history, I'm not much of a runner.
All right, well, I was thinking ankle monitor, but Mr. Hill, he thinks you're gonna do this, so we got it like,
I want him to, is all.
I do too, and you can do it. You have had stretches of time when you've been clean and sober. But what happens? You always fall off, you get around the wrong people or something. I don't know what happens, but you always fall off the wagon. So, okay, I'm going to order that you go to the counseling center without an ankle monitor. But if you run or leave, Mr. Hill's already promised, they're just going to take it to the grand jury, you'll get indicted, you won't see me anymore. You'll be with a different judge, and they can send you to prison or Star or someplace else if they want to. They have that option. I don't have that option to send you either of those places.
And I would add that if there's any indication in the report that he's not putting forth a full effort, that would be enough for us to take it to the grand jury.
So what do you think? Do you want to do it, or you want to just stay where you are?
My daughter, that's all that matters to me, really. So I do that just for her.
How old is she?
It's 2.
Okay, well, now's the time to do it.
What's the being out of the OR on?
$2,000 OR bond, released only to the counseling center. Come back. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Maybe on a, like this, on teleconference, because they can do that from the counseling center.
I'll let Mr. Morford know.
Okay, take this seriously. Do what you need to do.
So February 3rd, John?
February 3rd.
Are they here today?
Well, I think he said he could pick you up, so I'm going to text Mr. Davis right now that you're available to be picked up.
All right, thank you.
You are. Okay, that, I think finishes us up at the jail.
Well, we got a trial, and well, I guess maybe they brought him here. Okay.
And I've got a recall on that. We're waiting for a report from Lieutenant.
State of Ohio recalls Felicia Shears, case number CRB 22978.
And did we get a reporter?
We did. She's an outpatient right now. She's doing really well. She's compliant with her treatment. Her screens are good. She is on methadone right now, but she's coming down off of it. She's on 35 milligrams.
What's your, I'm sorry?
35 milligrams.
Oh, well, that's the level where you can, are you going over to buprenorphine, or are you going to do something else?
I'm going to try to
go down and then just try to stay off of it, but if I can, I'm gonna try the shot.
Okay. All right, well, thanks for the report. So we still have some more work to do, but it's good progress. How do you feel about things?
Good,
Good.
yeah.
I'm here any Friday in February, Judge.
24th,
It'll be fine.
February 24th will be your next hearing. Okay.
State of Ohio versus Ethan R. Anderson on recall, case number CRB 2319.
Okay, thank you. I think you're where you need to be, and one of the things you need to do is be invested in it too, not thinking of where I want to be here, I want to be there, I want to do this, I want to do that. Your recovery is got to be number one issue. And you're at a good facility, stay there. I think that's what Grandma wants. And I mean, she kind of says that, but she didn't want to make you mad at her either, but I think that deep down, that's her top priority too, not whatever project you were doing. She looks like she's pretty able-bodied, so I think she can take care of herself. Okay, let's come back. February the 10th. We'll see you then with a good report. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sean?
Yeah.
You're slippery. Good luck.
State of Ohio versus Michael Rowe, case number CRB 23.
This is on the trial docket today, but it's my understanding there's been a resolution breached.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's here.
He's here. Yeah, bring him out.
We also have our victim here, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we also have some issues with Mary Bird. I always had a residence issue, so place the only issue is that he's not going to programs, places in action, he's in session, okay? He thinks that's going to work. I put that there, but I don't have an address for that at the moment. He doesn't have a plan when he is out, for a friend's house, he's out of time, to make a phone call, caller, arrangements. So I put Ashland, Kentucky on top of that, one, I put Billy at the bottom, but, I don't want to put any fire out there.
Doesn't he know the street she lives on? Does he have a known address that he could use?
Well, that's been the issue, if you recall.
I remember saying his phone.
Yeah. So my instructions to him is where he lands that, if it isn't here, to go to the sheriff's department in that county. And if it's BIU or if it's Lawrence or wherever.
First license for this, Meyer. He's actually, let's see, where do they have, with the school?
They report now to America and
Yeah, that's what I meant, at, the John Family Services, used to be camps.
recognizing and you're going to give credit, this is for the rest.
And then have further sentencing to make sure he does that.
And bring back our review or something.
Yeah. Like
They don't have a warrant.
Right. And then by then he's got to have the rest of us conclude that process.
So you just don't want to do that process today?
Do as much as we can.
We'll do it, but it's not, didn't have an address, I'll order it to get an address. I'll come back, say in 30 days.
Okay.
And then go back to the problem. I'll say something.
Okay.
All right. So, Your Honor, at this time, we'll enter a plea of guilty to the lawyers in charge and waiving the tax.
Mr. Hill?
Your Honor, Mr. Rowe, having entered a guilty plea, our recommendation to the court, and first of all, I'd also like to say Brittany Saunders, who is the victim of this, is here, and I don't know whether she wants to make a statement to the court or not. You want to, or you don't have to.
Explain my situation?
No, just about how this affected you.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to come up here? Your Honor, this took place at a New Year's Eve party in Proctorville, right, or Rome Township somewhere, and she was the one that discovered the phone. And she was filmed or videoed prior to finding the phone, so it has had an impact on her. I believe she wants to state something to the court.
All right, go ahead. And your name is Brittany Saunders, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know if
Okay.
forgive.
Well, she's very upset, Your Honor, and I think rightfully so.
I'm sorry I tried.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
I just know, I don't know that I'm not the first person that he's done this to, and I want to make sure that I am the last.
Okay, well, I've been informed that there's further investigation going on about other events that may have happened, so that's up to the prosecutor to do that.
I'm sorry.
You did good. You want to say anything else?
You had no relationship or knowledge of Mr. Rowe prior to this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It's kind of, I really don't understand how he got into a New Year's Eve party if he was a homeless person. He just walked in? Did he come with someone? How did that, do you have any knowledge about how that happened?
He is a friend of a friend. The homeowner knew a guy, and he came with that guy.
Okay. All right.
So our recommendation, Your Honor, is 90 days in the county jail. The credit for, I believe, well, New Year's, the first to today is 20 days. Suspend the remainder of that, which would be 70. 2 years of probation. The obligation of registering as a tier, was it tier 1?
Tier 1.
Sex offender, order to stay away from Brittany Saunders, which I don't guess would be a problem from here going forward. And we don't take any position on fines or any other sanctions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Saunders. I'm sorry this happened to you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I gave him the registration from we do have an address issue. I think we're going to go to that, set up for review date in 30 days. That does have some plans for the residents. It's just not a rock solid plan, that's all.
But, so Mr. Rowe's plan is once he's released from jail is to go to Ashland, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I did put Boyd County on there, but I think if we set it for 30 days, we can finish that registration.
All right, and Mr. Rowe, you did go over this form with your attorney that explained to you your duties and obligations to register?
Yes.
And you understand you need to contact Boyd County Sheriff's Office if you're going to live there?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to order you to come back to this court in approximately 30 days to show proof that you've done that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so So what you'll need to do, you'll need to obtain the street address where you're going to live in Ashland. It's my understanding you have a friend that lives there that you believe will let you live at that address. You have to obtain that address and then go to the sheriff's office and give them the address.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything, you have a right to make a statement too if you want. Do you have any statement you want to make?
I just want to follow it up and say, sorry, and I'm not going to, and I'm just ready to go.
Where's home?
Okay, I'll impose a $750 fine. Order to cost be paid. 90 days in jail, 70 suspended, credit for 20 days you've already served. You're ordered to register as a sex offender. I have the document where you sign, and that'll be filed and processed where you acknowledge that. And I'm going to set your first review hearing, and you'll be on probation for 2 years. And let's make it a level 2 probation. And he's to come back for a review hearing on February 17th. That's 4 weeks from today. And I want you to have the address in Ashland where you're residing for that hearing. And we need, Ms. Saunders, do you want any order for him to stay away from you, or is that?
I live in Georgia, but
Oh,
we do
okay.
come back here. It would be nice to have, just in case he was brought around again.
All right, I'll add that to the order that he's to stay away from the complaining party. He's going to meet with Mr. Major today.
Before spinning back to the jail.
Yes. Anything else? Okay. That's all. Okay, that finishes up. Court's adjourned.
All right, Sean, thank you.
Yeah, no, I just gave the.
I didn't even
I gave it to, did you hand that back to Ron?
I did just now.
Ron must have that.
He probably went to go have the judge sign it, because the judge stepped off the desk before I handed it to him.
That's not what Josh does. He's confused. Ooh, I started getting a migraine halfway through court, and I'm like, what do you think?
Yeah, this court can give you a migraine.
Oh, it can it ever.
All the stuff, craziness. I don't know what happened with it.
Okay, did you follow that, or did you follow back? On the judge. Okay, because he's going to do that for or something?
Yeah, he's got more to say.
Okay.
That's why I said it's dinner time now, Ron.
What's that?
Huh?
I ate boiled cornflakes at about 5:30 this morning.
Well, you definitely need something else, don't you? I think I ate a cheese stick on the way here.
Oh, God.